Conversations with King, and we are back on today, Monday, November 29th, I believe. The day that we did another great show. I promise you today is going to be a very spicy show. I appreciate you right now. New York it was snowing a little bit. It's kind of brick outside, so I put the little hoodie on. Shout out to the school that gave me an Ivy League degree and also put me in a federal detention system. But we're going to talk about that a little bit later. Or if you watched the shows before, you will know why. I want to say thank you for everybody for showing up. We are starting 7:38. We usually supposed to start 7:30, but we didn't get the 50 likes like we usually do every show. However, we understand that people are watching other shows, but they'll be here shortly. Trust me on that. Um, Before we start our show, I want to say what's up to everybody in the room. Danique, Missy T, Nikki Nicole, thank you for coming. Make sure you share this page and make sure everybody comes through. And before I introduce the other horsemen, I definitely want to drop our sponsors for tonight. First and foremost, we want to give a shout out to Ripple. Please, I'm looking at the wrong camera. I'm trying to work this out because I got different cameras going everywhere. You feel me? This is Ripple. Shout out to
You see
Ripple.
the flex? The wrong camera. That means he got multiple flex.
Shout out to Ripple. No nicotine. We want to give a shout out to Ripple because they come through and show us love all the time with their sponsorship. For those who don't have who are interested in getting Ripple, please, I beg of you, go to the ripplecode.com and put in the Ripple King for a 15% discount. That's me, the Ripple King. Please, this is no nicotine, this is no THC. This is for those who love the aesthetics of smoking. This is nothing but pure herbal abstracts. No weed, no nicotine. And if it was, we probably wouldn't be monetized. Trust me, this is all good stuff, legal stuff. Please go and support this company because they supported us. Thank you. Also, another sponsor of us is Loving Life Through the Eyes of Travel, which is my book. Please go and support this book. This is the Rosetta Stone of romance and also the Bible of relationships. Very good book, a fun book, 60 affirmations, proclamations, and explanations. And what happens is it's good to read with your partner. You wake up every morning, pick a number randomly from 1 to 60, and read that proclamation or affirmation associated with that number. And I promise you, you're going to look at love, romance, and relationships from a higher level and from a different lens. So thank you. Please support. Shout out to everybody that's been supporting me from day one. Also, let's give a shout out to my other sponsor. I'm not really a sponsor, but we want y'all to go and do this. Do me a favor. Go to the members only. It's called King's Court. Please subscribe to that. We got new emojis up. It's only $10. It's to be a member for the exclusive content that's coming out really soon. I just want to make sure I got enough members. We should have at least like 40. If I get 40 members, I'm dropping the content because what happens is then I got a secret community within the community garden, and that's what I want to do. Have this community that we could really have these conversations, but I don't want to be exclusive. That's why I made the price so cheap because I want everybody to have access to the exclusive content. And the only people that should have access to my exclusive content are those who are coming in, new non-subscribers, new people. But if they see everybody with the badges, they're gonna join. They're gonna follow suit. So I need everybody to follow Tristan, follow Entrell, follow Chris. What's up, Big Rock Chris? I want everybody to follow them. The last but not least, I want everybody to please go to bonfire.com and get the Conversations with King merchandise. Dope merchandise designed by Terry herself, and Terry is actually a professional designer working with big brands. So for her to, render her services to create the imagery and branding for this small channel, I'm forever grateful. So please go and support her. And she also came up with the topic today, and I did a lot of research on that topic, and we're gonna have a lot of fun about that. With that, so please go and support the Conversations with King merchandise. Super dope, super dope, super dope. So without further ado, we want to definitely introduce E Black as well as Chef, and he's not here, but he usually comes late. Darrell, the Four Horsemen. Speak up, brothers. Talk to them.
Yo, what's good, y'all? How are you guys doing on Monday? I just got one question for y'all. Are y'all eating y'all Thanksgiving dinner today? Are y'all still eating Thanksgiving stuff? Because right now, if y'all still eating Thanksgiving dinner, I don't know. There's a after Sunday, I'm done. I can't. If I might get that
Double
last little
Dutch
piece
City.
of. I might get that last little corner of that sweet potato pie, but look, we cannot have too much Thanksgiving dinner. It's time to throw it in the trash. But other than that, it's Eat Black with Eat Black TV. And we're here with Conversation with King. I am so blessed to be here. It's Monday. I feel good. I have a 4-day vacation. I'm ready to talk about things and
Shut up, man. Don't nobody care, man. Flexing again.
you know
Right. So to the introduce Chef, you got anything else you want to say, E Black? Because we got a lot of work, we got a lot of content to go to today. So I just want to just speed up the process just a little bit because we got a lot of content
nah,
and we want to do our
I'm
roll call.
done. I'm done because nobody want to hear what I gotta say. All right.
All right, Chef, what's up? Introduce the stuff and also introduce the other things you pushing through.
What's going on, y'all? It's your boy Chef, aka Chef Chipino. Thanks for joining. You can catch me on my channel on YouTube, ChefChoupino. Remember, it's going to be 2 words. And I also have something special going on right now. I'm going to let King drop that in there too, just in case y'all want to check it out. In the
You put it in the
private chat.
thing. Are you put it in as
Yep,
well?
it's in there. It's in there.
Okay.
All right.
Next time, can you put it in the thing? I could just click on it when you put on the thing.
In the group chat.
Yeah. I could just
I did.
highlight it.
It's in the private chat. I put it in the
No.
group.
Oh, you did? Okay, I didn't see it. Hold on. Let me see. I apologize. I didn't see it. I'm just gonna paste it right here. All right. So please go and support him. He has a bonfire store as well with the True Pill community merchandise. So please go and support him. I appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all so much. Also, we want to give a shout out to a new member of the members only page, the King's Court. Shout out to Missy T. I'm so grateful that you became a member right now, and trust me, you're gonna love it. And it's funny because we just finished some new emojis for those who are interested, and we got emojis representing every one of the 4 horsemen. We want to ask y'all which one you think represents who. If you get a chance, you should go and check out the emojis. Whoever's a member, you could post up the emojis right now and give them a little sneak peek. We're gonna have more emojis coming up as well. Um, Also, shout out to Brittany B. Thank you so much for that donation. We appreciate you for that. We appreciate you, and you seem like a natural. I follow both of your pages when I saw you that night on the other side. I don't hate. I want y'all can go any way I want to because we have freedom of choice here. I don't censor anybody, and I truly appreciate it. And I want y'all to blow up just like us. If anything we could do to help you, we'll appreciate it, and we'll do it. With that being said, shout out to Tristan. I'm rocking with you too. I appreciate that. You get it, rocking. And also you could do the hyphen with the C and a K in between those because we're talking about Kings too. Rock King is 2 words to play on it. So I'm rocking with you as well. Shout out to shout out to On the Block with Jen. Yeah, you could get a Reed's Fly Trap emoji. Well, you know what? We're gonna get you that because you're close to getting monetized anyway. So we're gonna get you that. Try to do that. Shout out to Missy T. Shout out to Cheryl. We know what's up with you. Wait, King, you was on the other side? Yeah, I was on the other side. I go there. I watch them too. I watch TLA. I watch the mothership. I watch all those people because I study my victims. So I watch that. I sit back and watch everything. You can't go to war if you don't do research. So I watch them, but I also give them props because I came from them. It's just idols become rivals. So I want to say I appreciate y'all. Um, Remember, guys, I have a useful demeanor, but I'm 41 years old. I got 3 degrees and I traveled to over 52 countries. And so always remember, I didn't get this far by being by being lazy. I got this far by being observant. Don't let my craziness fool you. Those who saw me on Lauren's show yesterday, you got to see a crazy side of me, and I had fun. And they actually made like $1,000 last night just talking about dating, just playing with male egos. So I love what those ladies are doing. But our ladies got a show tomorrow, and y'all better tune in at 9 o'clock. It's gonna be official. It's gonna be one of the flyest shows ever. E Black got a show right before that on his channel, and then Chef got his show. You know, he do the post game show every day except for Tuesdays, but he has his own show on Thursday, and on Friday he has the smoke session. And I think another one he's gonna have the battleground coming very soon. So be prepared for that. Thank you. With that being said, I want to say, love and trail. We appreciate you. Danique Anthony, you know how I'm rocking with you, brother. Um, President Hanifa, we know we rocking with you for real, for real. We appreciate you. We just doing this slight roll call because we want to make people know that we are not just a channel, we are a community. And our community garden consists of many tribes. So at some point, I believe everybody that's associated with the channel, especially the personalities, they're going to have their own groups, and we're going to combine together to be even a more massive force. And so that's why I'm encouraging all the people, all the personalities on this channel, go hard, get the monetization, because we're going to need these numbers if we're going to make an impact or shift the paradigm in thought. And when I say thought, I'm talking about the way we see things through a higher level or lens. We have to be at a higher consciousness to actually get things done. And if we are not at that high conscious level, then we are going to continue to repeat the same mistakes as a community or as people. So today we're going to have a real conversation about that. Before I have that conversation, I got to get a little ignorant. I got to get a little spicy. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to drop the hot topic today. And
you gonna
oh,
explain
sorry,
the
my
new
bad,
emojis?
brother. Huh? Oh, if you
You
want to do that, we
you
can
gonna
explain the emojis. If they put the emojis up already, right? Can y'all guess which emojis is which four horsemen? Because it's based off the four horsemen of Armageddon, and there were conquest, war, famine, and death. Those were the four horsemen titles. So I want you to, who can tell me what each crest, who each crest represents? Please let me know. Please let me know. Can you tell me? I mean, if they want to, because I really want to jump into the hot topic, but even, I would, if y'all want to, let me know. If
I
y'all
don't
even
know.
care. No, I think they put it up before. Um, let me see. Yeah, see, I like what he said. Hold on. Yes, no, I didn't. Cheryl, I'm talking. I don't know why they're not answering you. I'm talking. I don't know why they're not answering you. So you gotta talk to them about that. She's asking a question. You gotta go to my page and click join. Click join. Please click join. When you go to anybody's page, you want to be a member, click join. Please. If you want to be part of the King's Court, click join. I'm begging you. It's such a good page. I want to really jump into this hot question, this hot topic before we jump into the main topic about trusting your gut feelings. But I also want to talk about a couple of other things that I think that's very important. Aisha Smith, you know I love you. I appreciate you. I'm on this computer as well. Who else? Who else? Did I miss anybody? Did I miss anybody? We gotta find a way. We at the same time with knowledge and relationships. I feel like that's like, I don't know. We gotta find a way to not be on the same time. 48 laws, art of war. Sun Tzu. You know how we go give it up. Let me see. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? So I guess nobody's really trying to get with that, E Black. I don't know. I think that was a topic that was cool, you know?
Yeah, I guess people keep asking. That was one of the things that people asked which one, and I already knew which one I was.
Right, right.
So
I mean, when they become a member, they get to see the emojis. And that's when they get the right to talk about it and see what it is when they become a member. But let's yes, thank you, Mr. T. The crown is me. I appreciate you. The crown is definitely me. That means conquest. The sword is E Black. The scale is Chef, and sickle is Darrell. No, you got two of them wrong. I'm not gonna say which one. You got two of them wrong. You got two of them wrong. Which one is it? The sword is Darrell. You're absolutely right, Missy T, because that represents war. Who else? And get busy in the gym, Jen. Don't take no prisoners. Please don't take any prisoners. Who else? Who else? What we got? Um, the scale is Chef. Missy T, you're 100% right. You're 100% right. The scale is Chef. And who else? What we have?
You don't
So
know me.
and then you got Hanifa, you got it. I should do 10 squats. Extra, give my 10 squats for me. And the sickle is E Black. Absolutely. You definitely know. So we want you to put those emojis up when they cooking and you like what they saying. Those are the dope things because the scale brings balance. You know, the sickle represents death, completion. A lot of people are afraid to die, but no, everybody wants to live. So I made E Black the chef because the scale because he left the situation, so he had to reinvent himself, and that's he had to leave something behind to get something greater. So that's why he's the sickle representing the death. And Darrell likes to go to war, so we made him the sword. And then me, I represent conquest. I like accomplishing goals. I try to put away all my feelings and accomplish the goal. But sometimes I'm considered to be cold, but I just want to accomplish the goal. Because if we don't accomplish the goal, then what are we doing here? What are we doing? So please go and check that place. Go and check those things out. Um, I may have missed it. She's talking about something else. Um, with that, hey, Lay Jones, how are you? How are you? We need a moderator here to communicate with everybody. How are you, Lay Jones? We appreciate you. Thank you so much. With that being said, let's get busy and jump to a hot topic because I'm one of the people we don't need a moderator to have fun. And we just wait for Loverboy Linsky to come through. When he comes through, if he comes through, we on and popping. Somebody, Nick Anthony got it right too. How did they figure it out? They're good. They're really good. Um, let's get busy with the topic today. Uh, the first spicy topic is what does it mean when men keep on coming back to a woman after they did wrong? Why can't men keep the same energy? Because when you go back to a woman, she's never ever going to respect you the same. So with that being said, the first hot question is why do we as men do wrong to women and come back to them? And don't we realize that woman would never look at us the same? So brothers on the panel, I want you to explain to everybody like what is actually the point of us growing like going backwards. Shouldn't it be forward ever, backwards never? Why do we go backwards after we do a woman wrong? Is that something like we're trying to see how many times we can get over her, how many times we could do her dirty? Are we trying to break them? Why do we continue to go back to women when we do something wrong and expect them to feel the same about us? I think that's like a warped way of thinking. What do you think, E Black? Hey, Nikki Cole, thanks for being a member. I appreciate you. Thank you.
You know, like in any type of relationship, you really in any type of human bonding, it's all about give and take. And I think some people are just more adept to just taking more than what they give. And I think for men, it's just natural to do that because we're testing the waters because we have more to give. We have more to
Hmm.
take. We have more to give up, I mean. So for us men, we're just testing who is around us. We're testing. We're constantly testing. So, sorry ladies, it's just the way it is for the men. I'm just going to be honest with you. It's just for us because at the end of the day, when a robber comes to the door, at the end of the day, when you're walking down the street and you're getting disrespected, at the end of the day, when the food is not on the table, we are held accountable. So we feel more or less the way that, we have to put you through a test. So, you know, it's just the way it is.
Right. I mean, so we test them for what? Like, what do we gain by testing women? What do we gain by breaking their hearts, cheating on them, or doing something crazy to only go back? Why don't we just not do that thing crazy, right? Why don't we just behave? I mean, because it's funny because I think Cheryl talked about it before. If a woman does the same thing to us, we won't be able to take it, and we don't want them back. Chef, how do you feel about that?
I feel in terms of the question, what's going on is you're combining tenses, right? You're combining tenses within the decision making process.
Thank you,
How
brother.
you're talking about a movement that we will make at this point, at point C,
Mm-hmm.
comparing it to the initial movement, which was the precipitating factor in point A.
Mm-hmm.
So the thing is, if at point A was the point that you made the mistake, at point C now, when you realize that she knows,
Right.
you're making an assumption that this person is saying, okay, I need to leave. No.
Right.
If they made an error at point A, then they recognize they made an error and they have an opportunity to learn from that error, to know if they have the power to do it again or not do it again. But just because they had that infraction and then they realize that they don't want to lose her,
Mm-hmm.
sometimes, and I'm not, please listen and understand, I am not condoning cheating. I am
Right.
not. And the term you actually used was hurting the person, right? So let's
Right.
use that. I don't condone hurting the flowers. What I'm stating is that if you've done something to hurt your flower and you recognize that and you are truly remorseful, why the hell should you leave? That
Mm.
would be the best thing for her to understand. Yes, you may have gone down a particular road, but what happens is then if she's able to get over it, the best thing is that she may know and may feel that you are actually truly remorseful and you
Mm.
can move from that point. And relationships, I always believe that loyalty is not true loyalty. It's just
Mm.
perceived loyalty until it's
Right.
been tested, until
Right.
loyalty has been tested. Loyalty is not true loyalty until it's been tested.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Shout out to Loverboy Lensky. He stepped into the room. Shout out to Harrison Family Vlogs. Shout out to you, brother. Um, I hope you finished that paper you had to do, I believe, for admin district leader, if I remember correctly. So,
mhm.
finish that up. And I also have to finish my application. I'm applying for something too. I want to keep it on the hush just in case I don't get in, but you
Yeah.
know, I'm
Harrison
applying
Family
anyway.
Blogs. Harrison
Yes, it is.
Family Vlogs. You
Yes.
make me, after that conversation we had on your show, you got to
Mm-hmm.
go check his episode, man. It's called The Matrix. Go to his page, subscribe.
Mm-hmm.
It was a stream of consciousness, man. I didn't have it written down, bro. So just being able to cook within your kitchen, you
Right.
know, cooking in different kitchens, I learned sometimes there's different energies that consume you that make you cook in a certain way.
Mm-hmm.
I was off cam and it was like, damn, I was flowing. I was like, damn, I needed to record that, man. So
Mm-hmm.
thanks for creating an environment on your page. His spot is dope. It was
His spot is
literally
dope.
5 Brooklyn dudes, intellectually higher, higher level of energy resonating dudes
Right.
building on the freaking
Right.
matrix yesterday.
So let's talk. Let's talk about. Let's give a shout out to Andrea Montgomery. Thank you, Adria. Lover boy,
Andrea,
thank you for copping the book. I want your real thoughts because you're an honest person. Also, it's two ways to read the book: read it straight through, or pick a number from 1 to 60 and open it up and read the proclamations, explanations, and affirmations. I call that the P theory: proclamations, explanations, and affirmations. Please read that. Also, uh, Shout, shout out to Harrison for showing us love, man. We got a lot of good things working, and this is part of the whole network. We want to make sure that we team up with people like you to provide guidance for us. And you got to put me on. I got to start getting sound effects now. I'm getting big now. I'm getting big. I need the sound effects and I need everything else. So you got to tell me what programs to go and buy and make it happen. Shout out to Natalie. We appreciate you. Um, and also, thank you, Danique, for helping. Truth is never favored. Thank you for helping with that. I appreciate you. With that being said, let's go back to the question. I think Chef was talking about, oh, we should go back. after we feel remorse and we correct our transgressions. However, what does that say? What type of message?
No, no,
What
no, no,
type?
no. I didn't say we should go back. I didn't say. I was saying that I didn't agree with that we should not go back. You follow what I'm
Okay,
saying? I
okay.
don't. I believe
But
that all of these things work on a case by case basis, and I gave the specific caveats related to remorse and her ability also to allow him to let it go and
right.
not lose what she wants.
Hmm. But you know, me, what type of message do we men give to women when we do something that we know that is hurtful and have the expectations of being forgiven, knowing that we won't forgive them if they did it to us? I feel like that's actually a way of a way, an indirect way of saying we don't value you as an equal, right?
I
We don't.
disagree.
Sorry,
I
you guys.
disagree. I disagree. I just think that men are valuable in this world, and too much tested is much earned. So it's not that we're saying we don't value. Is this we're to a lot of times we're just saying, hey, to get everything that I'm offering, you're gonna have to be tested. Now, a lot of women go through a
Mm,
lot of tests through some weak men.
hmm.
They don't they shouldn't be going through the test with those type of dudes, but through certain type of dudes, yeah, work those type of dudes are going the valuable men, the men that are willing to do anything for you, to lay their lives on the line for you. Yeah, those type of men are going to put you through a test. And
Mm.
it's not personal, it's just the way it is, because I appreciate I you know, I know what I'm worth. I know I'm a black man in America. I know that there are few of me here. So I'm not just gonna go and give everything to any female. You're gonna have to be tested. So it's not personal, it's just the way it is.
So why is that a test? Why can't we test a woman outside of breaking their heart or hurting their feelings?
You know, like I say, it's
Those who
when
want to
you're
come in on a conversation on a panel, that's the stream yard.
to in a way, it's just a matter of just like when you're trying to bond two souls, there are things that you're gonna have to realize it's gonna take a
Bonding
lot of heat.
souls. I like that. Bonding souls.
So
So you
sometimes
think
you're
fire
gonna.
is needed to bond souls?
I think
Problems are fires that need to bond souls. Those who are members of the King's Court, whatever you put up there, unless it's something totally disgraceful, I'm posting yours up. Everybody else, is at my liking. But if you're a member and you're also a personality, and the moderators, those are the three people that get preferential treatment, posting things up. As we grow, we have to start creating these levels because there's gonna be too many people. I promise you, you're gonna be like, wow, we started off with this and now we got all this by March. This is how it usually works out. So Tristan Draper says, I agree with King. The way I was raised is just as fast as you do something, is just as fast as you could have thought about it and not do it. Wow. That's an accountable man. What does that mean? Fellas, how do you take that?
Accountable man. I'd say this. I'm smart enough to understand that if I and one day I broke into someone's home and then stole their stuff and left, you know,
Mm-hmm.
I could still learn from the mistake
Mm-hmm.
and be remorseful about it. What? I'm gonna go walk myself down to the freaking precinct and turn myself in for it. I mean, at some point, what are you talking about? Self-infliction of punishment.
Mm.
It's like, okay, I made that error. Yes, I had an opportunity to not do it. Okay, yes, I had an opportunity to not do it. So what do I do now? Self-sacrifice. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
who am I? G-Dep?
Right.
You know,
Right.
oh, you figured it out, right?
Yeah. I know
Yeah,
that
and
story.
y'all
Yeah.
don't know, you could Google G-Dep. G-Dep was the guy that his song, Let's Get It, his song was the one that got the Harlem Shake, was the one that made it. Tum, 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 tum. What ended up happening was
Take
years
this
later,
money.
Years later, he came out of nowhere and turned himself into the police
Right.
and confessed to a murder that took place years before he had even gotten famous.
Mm-hmm.
His conscience got to him, and he went and he turned himself in. And, you know, he became a more religious man, turned himself in, and confessed to the
Right.
crime that he committed under the influence of, I think he was sniffing that
Angel dust, but
white angel.
angel dust, angel dust. But here's the plot twist. He later on tried to recant his statement. So
Mm-hmm.
he said he didn't do it anymore. He tried to recant his statements. So it's crazy, but I really believe that men, just like Tristan says, just as fast as you do something, is as fast you could have thought about not doing it. And
Yes, but it's done already now, right?
right, but Tristan is saying that because we as men, we don't accept any type of transgressions that we give to women. We have to admit that we could do things to them that we cannot handle if they did it to us, especially someone we love. Do y'all agree or not? Will, you on?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't.
Hey, can you hear me?
Okay, we can hear
Big
you. We can hear
dog,
you.
Willie Dean.
Yeah,
What it
What's
so
good?
do?
What's good, y'all?
yeah, so Will, that's the hot question today. Like, what do you agree that we can give stuff out, but we can't handle it as
I
men?
definitely agree with. I definitely agree with that. But because I truly believe that women are more likely to forgive a gentleman that cheats on them than a woman is a man. And
Right.
but just to touch upon what you guys were talking about, the reason why if a man does a woman wrong and then he goes back is it's a number of reasons, but one of them being you don't know what you have until you lose it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like
Mm,
sometimes sometimes a guy's gonna make a mistake, which ultimately ends up in them separating. But the
mhm.
guy's gonna come back because he realized that what he had it wasn't worth losing. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So
Wow.
that's
No,
that
that's
that's.
Will, that's not fair either because you made a
But
good
look,
point
I
a few
didn't.
shows. No, you made a good point a few shows ago because you're making an excuse for men, but you don't. You have a higher moral compass because you said 2 shows ago you said you're not risking nothing for your to lose your family. Well, so my question is, why can't men be more like you? Why are you giving us an excuse? Because you do it. You make sure you don't do anything bad against your family. So why are you giving us a leeway, a way out?
Right,
And I want to answer it for him. Michael Jordan don't expect everybody to dunk like him. Willie Dean is a
Mm,
special creature. He's a special form of energy that's manifested within his body.
I agree.
And you know
but
that
not
even
only
more
that.
than
No, but I
any of
want him to answer
us.
that.
Yeah.
I want him to answer that
I
because I
had to
want
give
to
my
see.
man his props. Go ahead,
Right?
Phil.
Yeah. He is especially like, why are you giving us that alibi and that excuse when Will, you've been married for 14 years, faithful, 3 beautiful children, you love your wife like no other, but why are you making us? You basically saying, you know what? I know men are weak. I'm not weak, but I know men are weak. You feel me? And your wife says, yes, it's the ego. Is it? And here's a two-way thing. Is it that you know men are weak to their egos and pride, or is your ego of being the quintessential husband and father won't make you go that path? If you get what I'm saying.
Well, the thing is, King, at the end of the day, I have to look myself in the mirror.
Mm,
You know what I'm saying? So if I'm not, if I can't look myself in the mirror, then how the hell am I gonna look at anybody else and be honest with them? If you can't be honest with yourself,
mm-hmm,
who can you be honest with? And
mm-hmm,
another reason I wanted to say is sometimes, and these are real strategic men that'll do this, but sometimes a guy may not make a mistake, but separate from that lady to see how she moves when he's not around. You know what I'm saying? So it's like,
mm,
okay, I'm gonna cut it off from her right now, and we're gonna separate. I'm gonna act like I cheated on her or what have you, but he's doing that to test the lady to see if she's worth staying with. Because now it's like now that she has that freedom, it's how fast is she gonna find somebody? Is she gonna find somebody? You know what I'm saying?
That's a good point because you test women. My man says the best way to watch somebody is to not be around, right?
Right.
So if we separate for a weekend and in that weekend you decide to sleep with another man, damn, it only took you 2 days of a break to sleep with another person. I'm gonna feel away,
Exactly. Exactly.
I'm gonna always doubt you. But they could always say too, well, you slept with somebody.
Right. But you know, nobody's perfect. Everybody makes mistakes. Now, just to
Right,
go back to the question,
right.
that you asked me before that, you said why do I not do these? Because one, when I stepped into my you know marriage and stuff, I was ready. So
Mm,
I never step into something unless I'm ready. You
right.
know, and not only that, the other two factors, one, my upbringing. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? And then also not only the upbringing, like I said, um, just understanding everybody doesn't have the same amount to lose as somebody else does.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So some people are more likely to risk what they have because they don't have a lot to lose. When you have a lot on the
Hmm.
line, you have a lot to lose, then you're thinking about that, and it's going to make you more cautious, and it's going to give you less room for error to make a mistake.
Mm, mm. What is the whole thing is cheaper to keep a play into men going back to their woman? Because I believe that a lot of times men don't go back to their woman because they actually want to get back with them. They realize it's they got someone that makes them feel comfortable and they don't have to explain themselves. They know their routine, they know their budget. So it's cheaper to keep a play into that as well, or no?
Well, it does play into it for some people because some people don't want to start over. They have so much invested in a woman, even though that they made a mistake. You know, they bought all of the bags. You know, they
Mm,
spent all the time with them. They spent all the money on the trips,
right,
and you know, and then all the time that they have invested wherever they went
right.
or whatever they went through and whatever they were able to overcome together. So it's like, you know, the cheaper the keeper is definitely a factor for some people. Like for me, that's never been a factor to me. I don't care how
Hmm.
much I had invested in a woman. You know what I'm saying? Now, even with kids, there's a certain level that if somebody crosses, I'm not coming back. I'm not going back to them. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So,
Peace to Hannibal.
um,
Peace to Hannibal. Hannibal. Peace to Hannibal. I'm putting the invite. If you want to come in, come in. Peace to Hannibal. You know when Hannibal comes in, we put the elephants up. You know how that go. Um, peace to you, man. I'm glad to see you here, brother.
well,
Um,
yo,
I like.
I just wanted to call in real quick, man. Shout out to the
Thank you, man.
garden. You
You was
know,
cooking,
shout
man.
out to the flowers. You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to come through and give everybody a shout out, man. I
Thank you.
apologize. You know, I gotta take care of something right now, but I'm gonna try to listen in, and if I get a minute to call back in any of the topics that y'all touch upon, I'm gonna do so.
I appreciate you. Thank you. You cook
Shout
too.
out to you, my guy.
All right. Shout out to
Yeah.
the Four Horsemen. I know Dale's not there yet. Shout out to Hannibal. Shout out to all the beautiful flowers in the chat. And
Hmm.
love is love.
Love is love. Thank you, man.
Peace, Will.
Peace,
Yeah.
y'all.
So, how do you feel about that? How do you feel about that being the case in regards to it's cheaper to keep her? Men don't want to lose what they established, so they go back to the woman.
Cheaper to keep her. Cheaper to keep her is one thing. To me, cheaper to keep her is one thing. Not wanting to lose the person is a totally different animal.
Thank you,
Uh,
Mr. O.
yeah, not wanting to lose the person, that's a different beast right there.
Hmm.
You know, like I said, people have errors and infarctions and make mistakes, and do dumb stuff, right? We're gonna keep it clean. Dumb stuff.
Mm-hmm. Turn the lights up. Yeah,
Okay, they
44. Turn
did
the
the
lights
dumb
up.
stuff,
Mm-hmm.
but are we? What are we doing? Are we trying to force them to now leave? So, one, you did something to risk your relationship. So now, after you did that, so now you just say F it, and now I did it. So now you eliminate the relationship. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
Right.
It makes no sense. So the person is going to be cheated on and abandoned, right? So it doesn't make any sense to me. Where it's like, what are we saying? Oh, you messed up, you cheated. All right, I'm out, kids. I cheated on your mom. I was wrong. So I'm out now. It makes no sense. Are we not giving the offended party the opportunity to allow them an opportunity for me to have some redemption? Or I just say, I bust that nut. I got to go to jail now. I can't align with that form of thinking because at this point now, so what are we doing?
Mm-hmm. I'm saying it's up to her to accept you back. But you're saying that you're still gonna make it. You're still gonna try to go back to them to save what you have.
No, you're saying that it's up to her to let me back. But
Right.
in term to allow her to let me back, I have to come back.
For the most part.
Yeah?
For the most part, because some women do take their men back without
Right.
them
No, no,
doing
no.
anything.
What I'm saying is when the point I'm saying to you is that according to the mindset that was put forth, is that I did it, I cheated, I screwed up,
Right.
and I'm being wrong coming back.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, you made the mistake back then. So then if we go with that same line of thinking, if we align or subscribe to that line of thinking, that also means that, okay, I screwed up. Eliminate any chance for a personal redemption and just
Right.
bounce. So now she got cheated on and abandoned. What I'm doing is I'm actually playing out the context of what I think you and Tristan was saying, right? If I follow that line of thinking, then she's going to get cheated on and abandoned, or get hurt and abandoned now,
Right.
without even being given an opportunity to offer forgiveness or understand redemption. What it
Right.
do, Hannibal? What's going on, family?
Yeah. And that's why my issue is. And here's the question, Hannibal. The question is, why do men uh, hurt their woman and go back, right? And expect the woman to respect them afterwards. Because I believe when you hurt a woman at that level, she's never going to look at you the same. It's the respect, the trust, the admiration is gone. So why does a man want to go back to that? If it's not going to be the same again, why would you want to go back? And Chef gave some valid points, but I want to ask everybody on the panel, why do you want to go back to somebody that's not going to look at you the same?
Did Chef talk about opportunism?
No, I don't recall that.
So a lot of people are just opportunistic, which means, if it's like the analogy, if I'm, laying under a tree and an apple falls out of the tree and it's within arm's reach, well, there go a free apple.
Right.
So a lot of brothers are like, I got a free apple sitting right here. It don't, I know things ain't what they need to be. I know I might have done some wrong, but if she gonna let it slide, then I'm gonna take full advantage.
Right.
It's opportunism.
Okay, so that's why they go back. But so they don't care how the lady views them afterwards, do they?
Exactly. Because how they view them, I mean, that's a spiritual thing.
Mm.
If she views him in a compromised fashion, but she still does for him, then what do that selfish, unrefined brother care as long as
Right.
his needs are being met? If his needs are purely physical and his
Mm-hmm.
needs are not spiritual, well, then he's going to take, okay, she's still laying up with me. She's still letting me do what I want to do in the bed. Or she's still making my sandwiches, You know,
Right,
so be it.
right. So, do you think a majority of men within our community, and I know you only deal with the black community, do you think they live in a household where the woman doesn't respect them like they used to? And you can add the Willie Lynch whole theory too, right? You can add that. You could. I want you to add that. But do you think that we as black men? 'Cause I'm going to get to my point, the main topic. But do you think that I'm walking out to the rabbit hole right now? Do you think that majority of black men in America today are living in a household where the woman doesn't respect them for infidelity, finances, leadership? Are we living with women that don't respect us? Honestly speaking.
I think I can't say majority, but I would bet that there's probably a lot of unappreciated dudes, in black households. And because a lot of it has to do with the way our community has been indoctrinated to believe that if he's not a good provider
Mm-hmm.
financially, then he ain't shit overall.
Mm,
When the fact
okay.
is, he might be um, have challenges with employment due to lack of education,
Thank you, Shannon.
due to having a criminal record.
Yo.
But he may be a fantastic father. He
Mm-hmm.
may be a present father who is helping with homework, who is participating in the cleaning and the cooking. He may be all of those things, but a
Mm-hmm.
woman who has been conditioned to evaluate him on his income may still not respect him or show him respect. And I think there's probably a lot of brothers who are experiencing that.
Right. So once again, a lot of brothers, like you said, due to society or some of the issues that we might have in regards to legislation or the job market, they are not able to provide for the woman that they're with, girlfriend or wife, but they still continue to come home to the level of disrespect, or like you just said, the level of, how can I say, ungratefulness. Why do we continue to go someplace? I have a thing where if I'm not celebrated, I don't want to be there. Why do we as black men continue to go back to women that don't celebrate us?
I know a lot of people are probably hoping that things are going to get better. That occurs on both sides of the gender fence.
Right.
Women are dealing with dudes that they wish were a little better,
Hmm.
and men are dealing with women who they wish would treat them better. And that maybe some people are just patiently waiting for things to change.
Right. Yeah, Harrison, you got to connect with Hannibal. Hannibal is like your boy. Last time he's ill. He's ill. Um, E Black, your thoughts?
You know, it's a tricky situation because on one end, I think sometimes we mistake the 75% of women who are never married in our community for respect. Uh, the 25% I do feel do respect their men.
Right.
Um, so do we? I I just look at my situation. I look at a lot of people's situations, and I see there is a respect for the black man. I do not see a cooperation with the black man.
Right.
So I think it's different, because I just don't believe. I believe that black women do have a respect for him, but I don't think they're willing to cooperate. Is more or less what I'm trying to say.
And then if they're not gonna cooperate, that means they really don't have respect, right? I believe that people only listen to people that they respect or relate to, right?
Well, yeah.
I also believe that uh, I don't think it's one thing. I think women have lost uh, their respect or gratitude for us because of a combination of things. So now, when you go out there, you cheat on her, and you come back to the house, you're like, hold up, you cheat on me after I took care of you during the pandemic. I paid the bills and did all this stuff. Um, I wiped the kids' behinds. I made sure you ate, and then you're still gonna cheat on me. I think it's a culmination of things, and then they still take us back. But my question to the men: Why do you want to be around someone that doesn't have the same level of respect that they had for you when you started the relationship, despite what you did?
Has anybody brought up the fact that, you know, a relationship is essentially a long-term investment?
Mm-hmm.
So I know for me, me and my wife have been together for many years. We've gotten to know each other very well. And if all of a sudden I felt gradually increasing amounts of disrespect, I wouldn't want to throw the relationship away right away
Right.
just because of that. I'd be like, we've invested too much.
Right.
I'd want to try to get to the bottom of the change and then figure out what we can do to get back to a healthy state.
Right. So I like what Tristan said. We're gonna let Cheryl speak. Tristan said, "But how could we expect cooperation when we clearly failed as a leader in her eyes and hurt her by cheating?" Let me let me change the question a little bit, Tristan, if you don't mind. Do ladies and Cheryl's on a panel? Do you lose respect for a man's leadership if he cheats?
Y'all can hear me?
Yep.
Hey y'all, first off, hey. I do, because I feel like there are
Oh,
some men who can handle.
it's about to be a crazy show. We got the president coming up, and we got Bolo coming up. This is gonna be a crazy show now. All
So
right, talk to me and get the
I
likes
feel
up,
like
please. Thank you.
I feel like um some men can handle more than one situation or more than one wife. So I have no issue with that. But I still feel like the men who have multiple wives still have honesty in it. Because I'm a man and I set the rules and I set the grounds. And if I respect myself as a man and I'm a leader as a man, I don't have to
Right.
lie to a woman about anything. Because she's
Right.
going to get with the program because she respects me. Right?
Right.
So then if you have to move like a snake and lie and be deceitful, then you're not even, your word is not your bond. You're
Right.
not standing strong in who you are. I don't have a problem with you saying, I'm a man, I'm going to have 10 wives, and all of my 10 wives understand that, but I'm going to take care of them and I'm going to love them and I'm going to
Right.
provide for them. But what I do is, it's just that if you're a man, then stand on your ground of what you believe in. Because
Right.
if you don't stand on anything that you talk about or any action that you say you do, how why should anybody believe you, let alone the person that you're betraying? You see what I'm saying?
Right. I
Um,
respect that.
the thing I really wanted to say is that in today's society, we've taken weak people and we've made them normal. And
Mm.
since we made weak people normal, every time we see a normal person, we consider them strong.
Right.
So every time we see a strong person, we consider them God. And now that makes God irrelevant because people don't even praise God.
Hold
Most
on.
people,
Hold on, Chanel. That makes sense now, because I think that Willie Dean is a superhuman, right? But
right,
you're saying that Willie Dean is really the norm. He's the norm,
doing the
and we
right
are
thing
just
should be normal.
yeah. He's the norm, and so we are subpar because he's the norm. Stop making us being weak men cheat on our woman. We're the weak ones. We're not the norm. But people on the panel, do y'all agree with that? Because that was actually profound. So the supernatural is really the natural, and the natural is the unnatural. All right, talk to me.
Right.
How do y'all feel about that?
What I feel is, I mean, it's weird. It's weird because I've been stating that what's the norm to me is not the norm that a lot of people are talking about. And
Right.
when we have different people, we'll normally talk about, we have no leaders. We don't have any leaders. A lot of times we get folks that bring what's called self-defeatist attitudes to the table and
Right.
speak about certain things. And literally when they speak as though we have no chance because there's no good black men. or black leaders out there, and then the only good black men or leaders are the ones that raised me, kind of thing. So what confuses me is that, do we have a chance or do we not have a chance? Because Willie Dean, do I believe he's the only guy that moves like that? Nah. But why do I celebrate him? Is because if I want to make a positive change environment, especially the same way in corporate America, you correct certain behavior and then you celebrate certain behavior so that the light and the fire and the sun that they get from that behavior warms the other people to want to feel that full warmth themselves.
Right.
So it's important to celebrate people like Willie and not the other people that are being celebrated. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and it's not about worshiping him above God. No. But if in a way that is representative of God's message and his righteousness,
right,
then it should be celebrated even more enthusiastically because of all of the noise that's out there for the other thing.
Right. So I'm gonna lean towards Cheryl, because with Cheryl's philosophy or school of thought aligns with my father's. So my father, Kinghormeku, never went to anybody's graduation except for college graduation. Out of other two siblings I have, he had three children. My sister, who's a lawyer, me, who went to Columbia and run the company, and my brother, who's a exec at Def Jam. He never went to anybody's graduation unless it was college, because he said celebrating kindergarten, junior high school, and high school is normal. It's normal. So that raised the bar for us. He didn't want to even acknowledge that, because everybody does that according to him, right? So if we wanted to see our fathers in the graduation, you had to graduate from college. So I kind of see, Cheryl, is that kind of what you're talking about, Cheryl?
Yeah. So what I'm not saying it on just a personal level. I'm saying that on a bigger scale.
Right.
Is that because we praise, because we feel like doing the bad stuff is so normal, it actually promotes it more. Because, oh, you made a mistake, you don't have to, everybody makes mistakes. Instead of you saying, no, you do better.
Right.
We move forward. We step big.
Right. And that's why I said there's certain communities, if you have a Benz, they're not going to be like, yo, you have a Benz, blasting music loud, or yo, you graduate from school, that's amazing. They're like, okay, that's good.
Because it's even small, because coming from the hood, people brag about, I got my own house, I got my own car. You're 35, you're an adult. This is what I take care of my kids. You had them, you're supposed to. But because there's so many people who don't do what they're supposed to do, now you're put on a pedestal. Because I'm gonna always be top notch if I'm comparing myself to people under the bridge. Oh, I live better than you. Why am I comparing myself to you?
Right.
Why am I constantly comparing myself to people who have less than me to make myself feel better?
My pop said that
when I'm just normal.
My pop always said to me, he said, don't compare yourself to anybody with less than you. But we're going to round the panel, and then we're going to go back to Chef, because he has something to say. But I want to say one thing. Sherelle is pushing the paradigm shift, or making a paradigm shift in regards to making excellence normal and not bragging about it. Kind of like what Hannibal says. In Hannibal's community, it's normal to promote Black unity. It's normal to promote Black history, Black reverence. It's normal. And anything out. So if you were to, him and Mayat, if you were to marry outside of Black, if you were to marry a Black person, that's what you're supposed to do. What are you talking about? You're supposed to marry a Black person, right? That's normal. But now we got things now where people say, oh my God, I love this Black couple. Black couples are amazing. You get what I'm saying? So Hanif and Hannibal and Bolo. I'm sorry, Bolo. I apologize. You want can Hanifa go first? Hannibal, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Oh, all right. Peace to the panel and peace to the chat. Good to see you guys. I actually was just coming in to speak to the cheating part.
Right.
By the time I got you guys had moved on, I was just simply going to say that people cheat for a lot of different reasons, but the one that we don't talk about oftentimes is sabotage. whereby someone just doesn't have the courage to say, I have reached my end, or I don't love you anymore, or to actually have the real conversation. And so what they end up doing is sabotaging. And I know we were talking about redemption, and I feel like those people aren't looking for redemption. They're looking for release from the relationship. So it's not necessarily redemption. That is a factor as well. It happens with men and women, where you feel a sense of loyalty to that person, and you don't want to come out as the bad person, right? And so it's like, okay, I'm not gonna be the bad person and done this relationship or finish it. So what can I do? And I'm not saying it's a conscious thing. I think sometimes it's happening subconsciously, because you've already made up in your mind that you don't want anything to do with the relationship. And so when an opportunity comes, you jump on it so easily, because the reality is that you had already been finished with the relationship. You just haven't had the courage to exit it. So I wanted to add that factor in as well, because we don't talk enough about it, where there's a sabotage aspect that is sometimes there, and it happens on both sides, men and women. And to Sherelle's point, I agree. But I understand why the standard, specifically Black men and women, Black people in general, the standard that we have set, actually is not necessarily that we have set, that have been set for us, and we've internalized it. Right? To the point where we act like we are children. The way that we treat our men is a very childlike way. You know, when they would call our men boys, that is almost the same approach that we've taken on as Black women towards our men, right? To the point where we say things like men are going to be men to justify bad behavior, right? So we have to, I agree with Sherelle, the standards that we set, we need to elevate it. And there should be consequences to those who refuse to step up to those standards, whether it's exile, excommunication from the community, right? We have to have things in place. But because we don't have the structures and the power dynamic in place, we really can't enforce these things. And so we are out here applauding bad behavior. You have people out here that are putting people up as goals simply because of their financial status in this society, not where they're at morally, right? Not where they're at as far as the community, not the love for their people, simply because they got some money in their pockets. And that's the issue that we're having, because now we have a standard of we're going to get the bag by any means necessary, even if it means dismissing, demeaning our own selves and our people. As long as we get our hands on the bag, that's all that matters. And I have an issue with that. That is why I push back on grind culture. That's why I push back on our people. Capitalism will not save us. It will not. No matter how you turn and you twist it, it will not save us. So for me, I agree with Sherelle. The standard needs to be raised. But how do we do that? We have to raise the standard by raising children with higher standards. So in turn can be adults with higher standards who then raise children who will raise children with higher standards. They have to start from somewhere. These people that we know are lowering the standards. Stop putting them up on pedestals in front of our children and glorifying them. It has to start somewhere. But I do understand, King, why the standard is so low. It's almost like if you ever deal with kids that come out of traumatizing environments, right? What happens is when they do certain things, most people approach them in a less consequential way. It's more so like,
hold on, can somebody put mute? Because there's noise in the background. Can everybody press mute?
Oh, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's like if you deal with traumatized children, when they get in trouble in the community, for example, you don't come in and say, oh, you need to go to jail. What happens is everybody approaches them a certain type of way because they're considering their position and where they're coming from. I think that's the same that we do with each other. We lower the bar because of our position in this society. But the reality is that we are capable as any other human being on this planet. We have the mental faculties, we have the physical faculties, we have the intellect, we have the talent, we have all of these things to actually have high standards like anybody else. But because
Right.
we've allowed our history in this country to define us, we therefore embrace a much lower standard. You see what I'm
Right.
saying? So I just wanted to
Yeah.
add those two things to the conversation.
And I appreciate you, and I can't wait to see you tomorrow on our show. At 9 o'clock Tuesday. Thank you. That's the type of Jews you're getting from the flowers in our room. Shout out to Cheryl and Hanifa, and please go to the show tomorrow Tuesday at 9 o'clock on this channel, Conversation with King. Bolo, talk to me.
Yo, what's going on, fellas?
What's going
Sisters, how
on?
y'all doing? It's good to see y'all. Um, I think the sister what she said was spot on. You know,
Mm,
we a lot of the times we hold the standard for it to be learned outside of the home, right? Standards and responsibility, accountability. We have something in the village that we call a AAA: acknowledgement, acceptance, and application. It starts
mm,
at home. You have to acknowledge that you are the reason why you're in the place that you're in. A lot of us don't do that. A lot of us want to push pass the buck. So once you get to that point where you can acknowledge that you are the reason, right? You made the decision. You chose to get into that car. You chose to carry the gun. You made that decision, right? There's a scripture that says that there is no judgment higher than your own. So no matter how much advice I get from Hannibal, from Chef, from King, at the end of the day, I make the last judgment. So I
right,
have to stand on my square because guaranteed when I'm getting accolades, I don't need no one on the stage with me. So take that same, take
right,
that same approach when it's, the opposite, right? So when
right,
you learn to accept the ramifications of the decision that you made, in between acknowledgement and acceptance is the learning curve. That's where you grow because
right,
now you're accepting the reason why you did what you did. And a lot of us don't do that. A lot of us blame everything: society, we blame the guy up the block, we blame this person, we blame that person. We don't tend to look in the mirror and say, it's because of you. The reason why I'm
mm,
here is because of me. The reason why my children are out of order is because I didn't instill logic, truth, and understanding in my children. I didn't instill love. I created a trauma. There wasn't a situation, and there wasn't love in my home. So this is why my children act the way they act. So once you get past acceptance, you now, from what you learned through the learning curve, you now apply and watch it work. We have to understand that what you are and who you hang out with is a projection of what you are. So if you hang out with 11 broke people, sooner or later you become the 12th.
right,
You can't get rid of those dynamics. So if I have a certain standard, if I know what my worth is and I'm going to go out there and get my value,
right,
I'm going to have certain people that move in the same trajectory as me. We don't all need to think the same, but we all need to be in alignment. We all need to have the same discipline, the same morals, the same integrity. A
right,
lot of the times we don't have that, and we put people in our circle that are not there, that's going to pour into you righteously.
mm-hmm,
And that's what's so important, because what you take into your spirit is what you're going to be, right? If you take in garbage food, your body's going to act the same way. You can't take in garbage food and ask your body to act a certain way as if it's getting healthy food. So you have to understand, we have to understand as a community, it starts within us. We have to stop waiting for that vote. We are the community, man. Who knows better what we need in the community than us?
right,
We know what it is. So we need to be the change that we want to see in the community. It starts with you. Be that
right,
light. You want more love in the community? Start saying good morning to people. Start being that. And a lot of the times we pander to these outside forces that say, I can do this and I can do this. And every 4 years they say the same thing and there is no change. Right.
right,
So it starts at home, like the young lady was saying. It starts at home. The children, the little girls need to see good fathers. They need that. And this is the thing that, you know, I beg my
But
women
Bolo,
to
let me ask you a
understand.
question.
Yeah, please.
Let me ask you a question. To go back to the original question is, once that man disrespects his woman through infidelity, how can he go back home and expect the same respect from his daughter and his wife?
Well, we have to understand that when your love that you have for your woman and that she has for you is centered around you two, there's a ceiling to your love, right? When your love is bigger than you, it's bigger than me, it's bigger than her. We have a higher power that we follow, and there's a direction that we're moving in. We both understand that there's going to be bumps and bruises. We're not perfect. We're going to fall. We're going to fall short. We're going to mess up. But when we understand that our direction is bigger than us and there is no out. When I tell my wife it's forever, it's forever. We're going to work it out. We're going to figure out a way to get past this. Then that's the mind frame you have, right? So there is no outs for me. I'm ride or die for the rest of my life. You feel what I'm saying? So if I do step out, now we have to get to the crux of the reason why I stepped out. What was the purpose of it? Because there's always a root. Now we can deal with the symptoms of the issue, but if you follow the symptoms, it usually leads you to the sickness. So a lot of us as Black people, we always like to deal with the symptoms. We don't like dealing with the root of the problem to kill the tree. And that's our problem. We don't want to just, I'm cutting through all that nonsense and we get into the problem. The problem is this. I understand all those other things, but those are symptoms to what this issue is. So once we deal with that, there's a scripture that says, open rebuke is better than secret love, right? So we have to create an environment of love so that when I give you the truth, it doesn't hurt you, because truth given without love is a weapon.
Right.
It's a weapon. So when we set up that environment where me, Hannibal, E Black, Chef, and the two sisters, and we have that environment where it's love, and we know that we're here to pour into each other. If I say to E Black, gee, I didn't want to tell everybody, but I'm pulling you to the side, your breath is smelling. You're not going to get offended. You're not going to get angry. You're going to say, yo, nah, Bolo loves me. So he's coming from a place of love.
And I think I'm going to put a minute in my mouth right now.
And I think that that's the biggest thing. And the one thing that I want to start saying to us brothers, we need to stop speaking in I feel.
Right.
A lot of brothers speak, I feel. Feeling has no context. It has no perspective. Feeling reacts instead of respond. We need to start knowing. We need to start thinking about what we're doing before we do it. So when we say I feel, that's the starting of that thought process. I let my play.
Hey,
thank you.
Bolo, I got a question for you.
I didn't say, I know your breath don't stink. I never smelled your breath before. So,
But it sounds like what you're saying is, like I've always said, like what Malcolm X says, is you got to change your philosophy. We have to change our collective philosophy. We cannot continue to carry on philosophies that are detrimental to our community. We have to let that dead weight go. But the dead weight, because we sometimes romanticize saying, you be the one, you are the light, you are the truth, you are the future. But those are rooted in community, social philosophies. Every culture has one. You get your woman pregnant, you marry her, or you do what's right, or these are the things that have carried our society on. So,
to
get deeper on, but just 1 second, just to get deeper on it, is just, I think it starts with, we have to have a collective philosophy that is rooted in something that has substance.
Let me just say something, Hannibal, and I'll let you rock. Let me just respond to him, King. I agree with you, but there's steps that we have to take before we become the collective, right? So before, when you look at all those birds that fly together and you say, damn, it's so beautiful the way they move together, right? Believe it or not, every bird looks to their left. They look to their left. Everyone in this room has to have a thought process that says, this is what I'm going to do. And as a collective, we come together and say, this is the direction that we're going to move in, right? Because we talk about vision in the village, right? A lot of people like to deal with sight. Vision is bigger than sight, because vision just doesn't rely on your eyes, right? So I'm going to talk to Chef and say, yo, Chef, holla at me on this situation. Chef is going to give me his perspective. I'm going to holla at Hannibal. He's going to give me his perspective. I'm going to holla at King. He's going to give me his perspective. And by me getting all these different perspectives is giving me a better panoramic view of this situation that I'm about to go into, instead of me looking at it with sight. I need to get vision. So we're all bricks. And I like to give this example. We're all bricks in this church that is being built. Every brick has a certain position that it needs to be in, and has a reason for why they're in that position. If we can tap into that direction and that intention, there's nothing that we couldn't do. Nothing.
You know, I want to make something very clear to you and E Black, and how Neef get to go. I read what Tristan said. He says, "I don't know how some men can do it. I don't have kids, but I've seen the hurt in men's faces when they have to tell their sons, 'Don't be like me,' or
Word.
daughters, 'Don't date someone like me.' It's hurtful to see." I wanted to read that out, and I want to say something. Do you know if we started moving like a community, then even if your man cheated on you, you couldn't leave him? You know that?
Bomb
You
drop.
know do you know if we were moving like a tribe and your man cheated on you, you still couldn't leave him because the family structure is that important. You have to forgive those offenses. Do you know that, people?
And that's one of
Do
the
you do
that's
hold
part
on,
of
hold
the
on, hold
point
on,
that I
hold on,
said.
hold on,
Yeah,
hold on.
yeah.
So with that being said, every woman talks about this communal thing and this tribal thing, but if you accept that type of lifestyle, then you lose the right to feel animal.
So this is a really interesting conversation.
Conversation with Kings,
Because
baby.
we've been able to, tie in so many different elements, concepts, and themes. One of the things that I heard from Sherelle that I wanted to respond to is that the standards have been lowered in a lot of areas. I've told my students, my mentors, or my mentees, I've told my children that in this day and age, you can almost get by just by being regular because so many people are substandard. Being standard is, it looks like excellence.
Facts.
Now,
Mm,
and
Facts.
now on the job, that might work in your favor if you exclude the fact that being held to a high standard helps you become the best version of yourself. But so push that to the side. Socially is where we have the problem.
mm-hmm,
There's a difference between aggregate change in the community and lowering of standards and the acceptance of lowered standards, because that's the standards being lower and people accepting the standards being lower are separate things, though they are related.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And I say that we have to acknowledge ability. Like, for instance, I can't say, oh, we ain't as hardy as we used to be 200 years ago, and that's a problem. Well, we don't have to be as hard. Our great grandparents might have been able to run off the plantation with no shoes, navigating by the stars and identifying routes that are edible along their pathway to Canada. We wasn't trained like that. So
Right.
so us not being able to do that is not a reflection of poor character or poor substance. It's just a reflection of the times. Now, let's flip to the real issue. If we're accepting poor personal integrity, if we're accepting thieves, pederasts, abusers, and we're looking the other way, this is not only a lowered standard, it's an acceptance of a lowered standard. I have a very small circle of friends and a small circle of associates, because if I meet a dude and then he demonstrates that he's a fuck boy, I'm cutting him off. I'm
Yeah.
cutting him
We,
right off.
we monetize now. We gotta stay away from the curses. I'm sorry, brother.
Okay,
I
my bad,
apologize.
my bad.
No, no. I understand. I
Okay.
still curse. I still curse too.
And the reason why I do that
It's
is
edgy.
because the reason why I do that is for two reasons. One, I don't want to be associated with that and misrepresented. I don't want people to think, oh, you associate with this piece of trash, you must be trash. That's reason number one. Reason number two is I believe in shame. I believe in being a vehicle for change everywhere I'm at. That means if you're around me and you endeavor to stay around me and you want to cook with me and you want to build with me, then
Right.
you must do so at a higher level. I demand it. I demand it, because if I have influence over you, I'm going to influence you to be the best version of yourself that you can be, so that you can influence other people to be the best versions of themselves that they can be, and then we can all push each other up just by being invested and caring about the quality of each other's character. Now, part of the complications is that we spend so much time at the lowest levels of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? Worrying about basic sustenance, food and drink and shelter and safety, that we're balancing, some of the poorest of us are balancing paying the bills with exercising their civic duty to the community. You know, like I can't be worried about teaching you how to be a gentleman and a scholar and all this when I'm working 2 jobs and I'm barely keeping the lights on. So there's commingling factors. But one thing that we can do, no matter what our income level, no matter what kind of status or access we have, is if you know you got people looking at you, if you know there are eyes on you, then show them the best version of yourself that you can show them good character. And if they admire you, they'll adopt those attributes. Let me tell you something I just looked up right now. The American advertising.
Hannibal, I don't want to mean to cut you off, but you were cooking so good. I just want to bring up the point that there are people who look at drug dealers in the same fashion.
And you know why? Because they're too busy starving on the lowest level of the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. They're admiring the drug dealer because they're so poor that all they see is the money and the gateway to not being poor. And we live in a capitalistic society where people are taught to admire rich people. Like, how can try imagine having this conversation with a 13-year-old. Drug dealers are bad, but I like Jay-Z. Come on now.
Hypocrisy is
now
right
there's nuances. There's nuances, but how do you explain those nuances to a 13-year-old? What you need to do is
get
say,
the elephants up. Hannibal is talking. Get the elephants up.
What a better message is just because a person has money doesn't mean that they are admirable. We got to stop giving people admiration and respect just because they have money, especially if you scratch a really rich person who has demonstrated that they don't really that their priority is the money. You're gonna find somebody who will make compromises for that money, compromises that may involve with people being hurt to some form or fashion. Let me tell you something, and I'm gonna wrap it up. I'm gonna show you what I mean by influence and what I mean by a high standard. People always say, Hannibal, you got all these girl children. What do you tell them about dressing and how they dress? I say, I tell them the same thing that I tell my son. And that's how you dress and how you appear is your interface with the world. How you present yourself is how you will be treated. Dress the way you want to dress, but just know if you walk around somewhere looking like a piece of meat, you will attract a wolf. That is the same message I give a boy child as I give a girl child. If you look like a piece of meat, you will attract a wolf. A boy who's got glasses on and a 3-piece suit and a long coat is not going to be mistaken for an adversary in a gang fight. All right. And a girl in a hijab is not gonna get the. Now, don't get me wrong. I know a lot of people like I've been harassed in my hijab. I know that for sure. But I know if you put 5 girls in a row and one's got a pencil skirt on and the other's got a hijab and the other's got a sundress and no bra, who's gonna get the most attention?
Okay, so before we go that slippery slope,
I didn't even get close to making my point. Give me 30 more seconds. All right. So the point is this: I don't walk around telling women that I don't know how they should dress their daughters. I tell my own daughter, who is 11, This is how you will be treated if you look like this. This is how you'll be treated if you look like that. Don't just take my word for it. Try it out. And guess what? She'll try it out. It'll be validated. And then the lesson will be resonant within her. And then she'll take that lesson out into the world. And because I influence her to be excellent, she'll be admirable to her peers. And then I will have influenced her girl peers just by exerting my influence on her. Mm-hmm. I didn't have to talk to her friends. Mm-hmm. I talked to her. And then she was my message. She was my emissary. She was the one who, and so I didn't have to preach to the girls about girl stuff. Right. My girl will deliver the message.
Right. So let's that one is cool. I love that message, but I do know a lot of women say there's no excuse whatever she's wearing to be treated that way. But you are
there is no excuse.
Hold on, Hannibal. But I agree with you.
The thing is, we have to be able to distinguish between influence and accountability. Right. What you wear does not make what happened to you acceptable, but what you wear can influence your outcome.
Your vibe attracts your tribe. Basically, your vibe attracts your tribe.
Right. Because like I know I don't look my age. I like to dress youngish sometimes. I like to wear hoodies and be comfortable and throw my Timbs on. But if I'm in the wrong neighborhood with my hat worn in too young of a way, somebody's gonna ask me where I'm from, and then I'm gonna have to deal with conflict that I could have avoided if I would have put on different clothes. So the message isn't just for the girls,
right?
It's for the boys. And by the same token, if I get a brick thrown at me, it ain't my fault for wearing the clothes, but I have to accept my part in that. Mm-hmm. I have to accept that. If somebody said, "Did you do everything you could have done to avoid having a brick thrown at you?" I would have said, "No, I didn't."
That's a very good point. A lot of the times people don't.
Yeah. So hold on. Let me say something.
Season.
You're on mute.
I'm good now.
Yeah, you're good now.
Yeah. So crew season, our cousins from Houston, they put something up, and I want Hannibal to respond to this, and then I'm going to ask the panel, because the panel, we talk about standards, but we tend to forget that Black people are not a monolith. So I'm going to say a couple of things, and I'm going to ask y'all: do you consider this high standard or low standard? And I'm just going to prove to you that we are not a monolith. So for us to have the same standards is going to be extremely difficult to do, right? But reading what Crew Season says, Hannibal, Chef, E Black, Bolo, I want you to address this. I don't know about that. Even the older generation admires drug dealers and criminals. There are almost superhuman fascinations, and it stems from the odds they beat something to become successful. How do you feel about that?
I love this, because there's so much to this that's reflective, not just of people, not just Black people, but American culture. Who ever been to a Portillo's in Chicago? So they got this restaurant around Chicago called Portillo's. You can get Polish sausages, hot dogs, burgers, and such. Well, some of these Portillo's be having all these Al Capone pictures and stuff in it, which I find gross. Because Al Capone was he was a freaking degenerate. He was a family ruiner. His enterprise broke families apart, separated fathers from their kids through violence. I don't admire Al Capone, nor do I admire. I remember trying to run a salon, and I had the dude next door he was washing money through a clothing store. I didn't admire this dude because crack sells itself. I'm not going to take away from dudes who are doing it at the highest level, like the Demetrius Flannerys. I admire their business acumen, but crack sells itself. People develop physical addictions.
Absolutely.
You're largely a clerk. You have it. People know you have it. They come up and they buy it. It ain't like you're standing there like, let me tell you the merits of this.
No. But what made Big Meech and Southwest Tea geniuses, it had more to do with logistics.
And that's why I said their business acumen. That's why I said their business acumen is the difference. Here's the thing. the same reason why people look up to them with admiration is the same reason Demetrius Flannery is the same reason people look up to the Al Capones. People admire the gangster life because they know that gangsters have access, status, and resources. They don't admire the drug dealing. They admire the panache, the pedigree of the lifestyle, the chains,
Right.
the suits, the access, the status, the control of your life. So many people don't have control of their life. And when they feel like they don't have control of their life, it's a spiritual injury. And they see a dude who walks into a place, and if somebody don't have their money, they punch him in the face, they get their money. They say that person has control over their environment. It ain't about the drugs. They admire the drug dealer for the same reason they admire a scumbag like Jeff Bezos.
All right, let's hold on to that, because we know what Jeff did, but he kind of sponsors this show. He gave me 100,000 yesterday. I'm joking. I'm not a sellout like that. But listen,
okay.
but listen,
So-
like that. Hold on 1 second. And we're gonna say this, and I'm gonna ask you. I'm gonna play this game with y'all. So Cruise Season, our cousins from Houston, people admire a rebel, somebody who has the nuts to do what most people wish they could, but scared to do, right? So we want to leave that there for now, but I want to ask y'all a question in regards to standards and how Black people are not monoliths. So it's going to be hard to create this list of standards. Okay, I'm going to give you a scenario. You tell me if this is a high standard or this is a low standard. Every Black child in the community needs to graduate from a 4-year college. High standard or low standard? Real quick.
What do you mean by high and low?
High standard or low, yeah.
Yeah, meaning that this is what we want to bring. This is the standards we want to accept in our community. If we start a community like tomorrow, right? So I'm going to give you a couple of things.
I promote the pursuit of higher education.
Okay, everybody else?
I would pursue the higher education, but there's some people that wouldn't want to go to a college, or some people that would like to work with their hands, and
that's why I said higher
things
education.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. So I wouldn't,
quick answer, because I'm gonna keep on dropping
okay.
names. Anifa,
higher education. I'd follow Hannibal.
Anifa,
Higher education, if you gaining it, is for the advancement of the community. Yes.
okay. Cheryl,
Yeah, higher education.
E Black,
Yeah, I think there's a higher standard.
Chef,
Higher education / vocational training if necessary.
okay. Next thing. All Black men must practice monogamy. A standard we keep or we don't keep.
Standard we keep.
Don't keep.
We're gonna talk about it later. I just want to go through real quick. Hannibal, E Black, Chef.
I would say if you can't afford to take care of one wife real well, then you don't need to try to have more than one.
So is that yes or no, brother?
Yeah, yes or no, brother.
Is that yes or no?
It's a depends.
No.
No, don't do that, because he got me on the first question. You got to answer that yes or no, baby.
Is it a standard, yes or no?
Then no. And then you know what? Actually, I say yes because I know most of us can't handle more than one wife. So then yes.
Okay, so all Black men. E Black, yes or no?
Yeah.
But that's basically because you're a Christian. It's not basically because of the community. See, that's the difference. But it's a model. We're moving like Hanifa.
We don't have the financial power to support polygamy, so I'm going to have to say yes, grudgingly say yes. For monogamy.
You know what's crazy? Chef.
Hold on, let me move to let me step outside the crib for a minute.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
I'm doing math right now, pros and cons, weighing it out. So I'm going to speak to the greater mass of people. I would say, yes, monogamy should be preached.
Okay, so it's funny. Both ladies said monogamy. No, except for Cheryl. Cheryl said no. Why? I would like for y'all to have a debate about that right now. Why is that a standard that should be upheld in the community? Cheryl?
Okay, so this is what I'm saying. Right now,
cut the noise off, please, in the background, everybody. Thank you.
Right.
And get the
Right
likes up.
now.
I'm cutting this. I'm cutting this off. Get the likes up. This is ridiculous. We should have been at 100. You know I do that. I will end the whole show. Please get the likes up. Thank you,
so right now in America, if we're talking about building a Black community, we have to factor in that there are over 2 million more Black women. So if you practice monogamy, then each of those women eventually won't end up with a husband. There's over 2 million women. Now we need to factor in the men that are married. Now we need to factor in the Black men who will not date inside their own race. Now we need to factor in the Black men who like other Black men or other men in general. Then we have to factor in the men who are already married in, situations where they don't want to add to their family. Then we still have to factor in they have a bunch of degenerate people who won't even be fit to be a husband or lead a family. So when you factor in that, there's 5 million women who won't even be able to get a fit husband.
So that means we need to have 2 or 3.
Tomorrow.
Then we need 2 or 3 to take care of the lonely ones, right?
I'm saying polygamy needs to be pushed, that we shouldn't hold monogamy as a standard.
Thank you. I want you to get that. I'm sorry, Hanifa. I don't want us to play with this conversation. It's entertaining, but it's a serious conversation because everybody's talking about community and living under certain standards and values. And I want to show you through this experiment or through this initiative or endeavor that it's going to be very hard to have people under one standard. And you're going to have to make decisions that are good for the community and not for your own personal feelings.
Agreed.
Like I stated before, guess what? If we were a tribe and we were a community, your man cheated on you, you still might have to stay with him because for the benefit of the community. So Hanifa, your turn. I'm sorry.
No. I was just going to say, she's right. We do outnumber men. And I think I had this conversation with Chef before. The reality is this: we don't have the financial power the financial power and structures in place to maintain polygamy. So what's going to end up happening is we're going to perverse it. So it ends up being minimized to sex. It ends up more about sex than it is about community building, because there's nothing in place to sustain it. Also, to Sherelle's point, I'm going to keep saying this. I need the men who are...
Somebody put the mute because I'm hearing noise in the background. Press mute. Olo.
That ain't me. How about I hit the mute?
Who's that? All right, good. Thank you.
It might be me.
Oh, okay, don't worry about it any further.
Okay, so I was going to say, I want to say this to the men who are not very attractive and are not high earners. Be careful about pushing for polygamy, because what's going to happen is all the women are going to want the same men. And so you men who don't have the financial status that's necessary to maintain polygamous communities, and you pushing for it because in your thought process, it's about sex, you are going to be left on the side of the road somewhere in that process. So I want us to bear that in mind as well. But I don't talk a lot about polygamy. I don't have an issue with it. I understand it. I am not 100% embracing of it, but I understand it. And I think it could work, but then we need to have some other things in place first before we could even begin to talk about polygamy. We need to talk about discipline. We need to talk about discipline for our men. We need to talk about the woman and how we deal with our men. There's a lot of things that need to be in place before we start talking about polygamy, right? So that I just wanted to address that. But Sherelle is right. But what she's also saying is, brothers, y'all bear in mind, okay, if you ain't got what it takes, you're going to be one of those that's going to be left out, because all the women are going to be drawn to who? The best of the best. And so most of the men are going to be left on the road.
They're coming to Baba. They come to the biggest Baba. Me.
Which is why polygamy started in the first place. Because all those men could offer was faithfulness, and I'll be your only husband. You'll be the only wife.
So let me ask you, okay, another question. We should only have one language and one religion for the community. Standard or no standard?
Not at all.
One at a time.
Wait, what's the question again?
We could only have one language or religion and you can pick any which religion you want for our community. And the reason why I say that is because most successful communities or tribes or group of people have a language, because language is the first form of defense, and or have a religion, which is basically the core of their values. So once again, we will only have one religion and one language for our community. Do y'all agree or no as a standard? E Black first, and we going my right to my right.
No, I don't agree.
As much as you post Christianity, you don't agree? That's crazy.
Yeah, but some of the greatest armies in the world were multicultural and different languaged.
I got it. I got it. When we come back to this, you got to tell me which ones. Hanifa, oh, she's not here. Bolo,
I agree.
wow, I want to hear that. Hannibal, I think I got you on this one.
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely not. I don't agree with that at all.
Wow. Okay.
Run that question from
Ask the question again. Sorry.
We are only going to have one religion and one language for the community.
Yeah.
And it's proven that one religion and one language actually makes a community tighter. All right.
How's it proven?
I mean, just if you look at the OECD PISA format ranking in regards to education, most countries that have the best educational system up to secondary school, not college, right? Because America succeeds in that. They are how can I say, they are what's the word? Monotonous countries.
Monotheist.
No, not just monotheist, but they culture is like, say like Finland, say like Korea, one language, one group of people, one ethnicity.
Right. But do you know why their countries take that form? The only reason why their countries take that form is due to their immigration policies. Like North Korea is 99% North Koreans. Finland is 99%
right
Finnish. But over here, not only are we more diverse, but we have an open door on the immigration gate, and we let in all kinds of people from diverse backgrounds.
But that's what I'm saying. But that's the correlation doesn't equate to causation. Just because we do that doesn't mean that's the reason. But what we do know, because of the OECD PISA ranking, the highest nations, the word is homogeneous. The nation is homogeneous. Most nations that are heterogeneous, they don't rank that high education. Why? Because you have too many language barriers. Two, too many cultural barriers. Three, too many religious barriers. So the more a nation is homogeneous, thank you for correcting me, God, because I went to school for this. I felt so stupid.
I don't know. Look, I understand. It's like because they got homogeneous and there's homogenous.
Oh yeah, I sound stupid. I said homogenous. I sound so stupid.
Thank you.
Thank you for correct. That's a real brother though, because E Black was gonna have me say homogeneous for the whole time. Homogenous. Thank you. Homogenous. I apologize. So at the end of the day, homogenous culture, and that's a real.
So King, you want us all to be English speaking Christians?
No, I didn't say that. I'm coming last. I'm waiting for y'all.
Okay.
We could be everybody speaks Ewe, my tribe, and we could be we could practice the tribal religion if we want to, right? But I feel like we become stronger if we have one. That's what I feel. I don't know what it is. You could pick Islam. If you pick Islam, Arabic, then let's do that. But Cheryl, your go.
Wait, real quick. Let me jump in here because you asked. I want to say my answer, but also why.
Okay.
So the why is first and foremost history. I like to go to history. Malcolm was a Muslim. Martin was a Christian, but they both pushed and did good work for our community, right? And the thing is, right now we have if you look, people are trying to get united under one banner, but you can't get united because people can't agree over the banner. They can't agree over the banner of Pan-Africanism. They can't agree or this or that, language, religion. And my thing is this. I like to just focus on the common denominator. The common denominator is the varying degrees of the Black experience, especially within the confines of America. You can be Black and Muslim, Black and Christian, and you're going to have commonality in your Black experience more than likely. So Black is the common denominator, not the religion.
But that doesn't. But that
I
doesn't.
disagree. I
That
disagree.
doesn't
And
help
Bolo.
towards.
You're gonna go. I know y'all gonna have a debate. So let me just get in and say one thing, because y'all gonna go off. All right. But can Cheryl and Chef answer before y'all go off? Because I know it's gonna be a good debate. But
Okay, let me go. So
within the Black diaspora, I agree with you. But to be honest with you, there's nothing like being Jewish, right? Because no matter what country you grew up at, if you're a Jew, some Jews don't even look at they don't look at Judaism as a religion. They look at it as a sense of community through religion. Islam, that connects more people than our Blackness. Like religion actually connects, language actually connects more people than our Black experience. And this is like, you could see this. Like I will find some data to back it up, but you can actually see that language connects more people than our Black experience, as well as religion. So now you, Cheryl, then Bolo, and Hannibal go at it.
Now, Chef gotta go next.
All right, sure.
I didn't
Cheryl,
ask
I want to add
Okay.
my.
I'm sorry.
I want
I'm
to add
sorry.
a couple of.
No, Hanifa, Cheryl, Chef, and then Bolo and Hannibal.
let me go, Soccer,
Sure,
because
go
I'm
ahead.
it's
Go ahead,
my
Cheryl.
background about to get loud.
Yeah, go ahead.
I would say this. I think when it comes to language, Black people should have their separate language that they all speak, but they should all speak the top languages of the world. Because even in a community with each other, we're still going to have to come to the United Nations and talk to everybody else. We don't want to be in conversations where we don't even understand what people are saying behind our backs. So I think that we should be focused on learning their language, but then having a language that they don't understand, so we can have the upper ground, how they've been having the upper ground for years. Religion-wise, I think everybody should leave their religion at home, because we're never going to get nobody to believe in the same thing. Leave it at home. It's not important. The same reason why you go to work, they tell you politics, religion, don't bring that shit up. We don't care. Focus on the goal. Your religion, leave it at home, because the last thing somebody's going to leave is their God and what they believe in. Nobody's going to do that. So that's unrealistic. All it is that we're coming together for a common ground. Leave your religion at home. Leave it at home. Just don't even bring it to the picnic.
Okay, Hanifa.
Actually, I was going to say I could see the language piece. I think what comes to mind is the history of enslaved people in the Caribbean, and how the language that some people call patois came about, and how those people sort of had to create their own language in order to communicate what they needed to communicate to each other without those who were enslaving them, without them being able to understand. That's what comes to mind. So I could see language in that sense. I also think language is important, because just us speaking English and thinking in English as African people is a problem. So I could see language, but religion, I just don't see us uniting as far as religion is concerned. I don't know about leaving it at home. I would just say, just keep it within you wherever you go, right? Because here's the thing: if you and I, King, we have to go, and there's a war before us, right? You might want to pray, and I might want to call on Shango. We're gonna have a dilemma, right? We're gonna have a dilemma. So it has to become about what is the mission, what is the focus, not the belief. What is the mission and what is the focus? What needs to be accomplished, right? Without anyone hurting themselves or hurting others deliberately outside of self-defense in the process. I think that's what it needs to be, the focus. What is the mission? What do we need to accomplish? And that's it.
Okay, I'm sorry, it's OECD hyphen PISA, PISA ranking. I apologize for that. Okay, next.
Okay, hey, Chef.
That's what we Chef.
Yeah, Chef, go ahead, cook. But I want to add something after Chef. You're on mute, Chef.
You're on mute, Chef.
Yo, so do I believe that there should be one religion, and one language? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. At some point, we understand. If you understand not language, but religion in terms of the mindset, I understand it. I came from the church. Both my grandfathers were prolific in the church. I was supposed to be a doctor, lawyer, and preacher, according to my family. I look at things different. I was the person that would kick the tires in Sunday school, where the Sunday school teacher literally told my mom, "You probably need to have him with the adult Bible study class," because I was throwing off. I mean, really though, I was throwing off the vibes because I did a lot of reading. I taught myself fractions and different stuff like that. So I'm bringing up the question in Sunday school, and I'm 10, 11 years old around kids, and I'm talking about the fact, talking about the relationship with Jesus and Mary Magdalene. And the sister that's running the class is like, whoa, it's a bit too far advanced. So I say all of that to say, man, I look at religion in different ways. I'm about to go next level. I'll say this. At some point, I believe that if we believe that our creator states that he looks like us and we look like him, we're created in his image and he represents multiple images. Why would he not represent himself as a different deity to a group of people that it may actually resonate? What if our God was also Vishnu? What if our God was also Muhammad? What if our God was also the nature that Native Americans and the Indian culture, the mestizos and all of them worship? What if our God was the creator of the pyramid? What if our God was the spirits that the people who practice Wiccan, aka witchcraft, what if he is all of them? Because remember, he is omnipotent and omnipresent. So what if he was all of those things? He represents himself, I always state, he can represent himself as a mighty wind or a gentle whisper. If he is that powerful, what if he is all of those things? Okay. And that's a perspective, or that's a question you may want to think about. What if he's all those things and he tailored his teaching message in a way as such that each of those people could understand? And teaching, remember, it's curriculum and infrastructure, curriculum and structure, right?
And instruction, yep, instruction.
Right, curriculum and instruction, pardon me. Mm-hmm. But there's an infrastructure that's built within there where you don't just speak to the most talented 10th or the most talented 15th. You also tailor in something for what I call, is my term, peace to W.E.B. Du Bois. I want to make sure that they attach my thing when I'm gone. We can't forget about the tactical 90th, the ones that hammer the nails. So if you see me give a long ass message, it starts with the point where all of the brilliance, the brilliance faction can get it. But then at some point I tailor it and drop it down to a simple analogy / metaphor so that anyone can understand it. What if our God, or whoever is your God, works that way? If you're a Muslim, what if Muhammad decided he was going to wear a particular mask for those people that would have more propensity to lean towards Christian-based knowledge? Because remember, when you think of those religions, the main ones that I mentioned initially, they come with a code. Some of them have pillars. You understand the pillars of Islam.
I'm saying.
There is an ethos. There is an ethos. There is doctrine. There is dogma, right? But if you look at the different dogmas and forget Satanism, just put that to the side, okay?
They're all the same. They're all the same.
But if you look at them, they all have doctrines and dogma, and some of the pillars are still rooted within what many of us align with in terms of righteousness and goodness.
Right.
So
it's like,
what if our God was all of them?
You know what's funny? If you who remembers your teacher, Hannibal? The scan, you know how you used to grade Scantron test. They put a
man.
sheet, and if the bubbles matched, that was the right answer, right? That's how religion is, right? All these religions, if you put the real core values and laws, if you put it down on every religion, you start realizing they have similarities.
You know what's funny
Right?
about
So with that being said, I would like for y'all two to do what y'all do because because Bolo had an issue with what you said in a respectful conversation. And Bolo, would you mind elaborate on that, please?
Yeah,
And
my thing is,
then we're gonna go to the main topic after
no
Hannibal
doubt,
speaks.
no
Sorry.
doubt. My thing is this: I'm not a religious man, but because of the question that you asked, you kind of
Yes.
put us in a box, so I have to answer the question. Because when we tried to fight you, you were like, "Not answer the question." So I'm not a religious man. So I don't follow Christianity. I follow the Bible.
Right.
So let's get that straight. So I'll give this example. We talk about Haiti being the first country to get rid of white supremacy. They operated out of one mind frame, right? They operated out of Catholicism, Roman Catholic. They had one language, one religion, and they had a direction. Now, they might have had little differences between each other, but they understood and spoke one language. The reason why the Black community is so fractured is because every block has 10 churches on it. In the Black community, everybody is something else. When you go into the Chinese neighborhood, they have one religion, one language, one church that structures and holds down that community. Italians are the same way. Everybody's the same way except our culture, except us. We're the ones that are fractured. Do you think it was done by mistake that we were put on different islands, or do you think that was done by design? Do you think that we were given different names? Because the thing that holds white people down is Caucasian. So you could be a Russian Caucasian. You can be Roman Catholic Caucasian, whatever it is. You got that Caucasian that's on the top, on the back of it. Black people, we don't have that. We have Africa. But we know Africa was named by Leo Scipios Africanus.
Yes.
I'm not related to that man.
Yes.
So what is my name? We know America was named by
Right.
Amerigo Vespucci. I'm not related to that man. What is my name? Europe was named by Euphrates. What is my name? We are the only nation in this world that has no real name. Some of us go out there and find it. We deep dive and we go into it and we find out who we are and we stand to it. But as a majority, we're fractured because some people don't want to be called Black. Some people don't want to be called, some people want to be called brown. Some people want to be called African American. You don't see that in European Caucasians, French Caucasians. They all have that name that locks them in, and they all have that direction. If you're saying that we're going to get locked in by just color, there has to be something of hope that locks us in so that we fight with no stopping. See, one of the reasons why they dropped the bombs on Nagasaki and Hiroshima, not only did they want to see what the effects would be, is that you can't stop a people that are saying, if I can't shoot you out the sky, I'm going to crash into you. The only thing you can do is drop a bomb on them because they have a faith. They have a core belief in something, and they all are moving towards that one thing together. So again, because of the question he asked, I don't believe in religion, but because of the question and the way it was structured, I had to answer that.
Wow. Come on, talk to me. Come on, Hannibal, talk to me. You're on mute, brother. You're on mute. You on mute?
Okay, so
Okay.
I grew up, I was forced to attend Christian church as a younger person. And so in a sense, I was forced, I had religion forced upon me and good things came out of it and bad things came out of it. One of the things that I loved was my Sunday school teacher who put books in my hand, like the autobiography of Malcolm X and Roots, etc. I expanded my mind because of my Sunday school teacher. If I wouldn't have been forced to go to church, I wouldn't have been set on that path. So there's value in my connection to the church and my upbringing. I learned a lot while I was in the church about the Bible and Christianity. And what I learned is that most let me not say most, there are a lot of Christians there are a lot of people who call themselves Christians who I can tell by the way they live don't know anything about Christianity. Don't know nothing about the Bible. Don't know nothing about Jesus. Don't know nothing about God. Don't know nothing about religious power. The two highest commandments that Jesus gave to his church in the New Testament was love God and love your neighbor as you love yourself.
Yes, sir.
Now, anybody who understands a little bit about love, which means we make sacrifices for the people we love. We exercise restraint for the people we love. We are considerate of the people we love.
We are kind to the people we love. We forgive the people we love.
Anybody who understands that can apply those same principles to something, for instance, like a Christian nation like America. You ask any elected official at the federal level if America is a Christian nation, and they will say yes, especially during their re-election campaign. And so if this country is a Christian nation, where are the Christian principles reflected? Why are there so many hungry people? Why are there so many children languishing in the foster care system? Why is public education being gutted in favor of the expansion of the private prison system? So what I'm saying here is that
it's not a Christian system. I don't believe
what we see is a disconnect between what America purports itself to be and what America is. The same 100%. Thing happens with people at the private level. They say I'm a Christian and you need to be a Christian, and then the same people that they're trying to recruit see them stabbing other Christians in the back. See them, the choir, everybody in the choir is messing with each other behind their significant others, et cetera, et cetera. I'm airing y'all out because I know some Christians who I respect because I see their devotion to their God on their body. I see it in their person, in their day-to-day actions. Shout out to Vondell Singleton, the assistant principal of Gary Comer College Prep on 72nd Street and South Chicago. Shout out to him because when I think about Christianity, I think about him and how he started a mentorship program for boys on the south side of Chicago in the Greater Grand Crossing neighborhood who almost every kid at that school has lost a friend to gun violence. I see the reflection of his devotion to his God in his person. But guess what? Outside of him, Martin Luther King Jr. and a couple of other people, I don't see that level of devotion in all these Christians walking around. What is my real point? My point is if everybody who called themselves a Christian loved their neighbor, and you could tell in their actions, I'd be promoting the adoption of Christianity. And if everybody who said I believe in polygamy demonstrated that their first wife was completely taken care of in every way, economically, emotionally, mentally, I'd say maybe this brother qualifies for a second wife.
Hannibal, let me ask you a question.
Please, I'm going to stop in a minute and you can ask me whatever you want. But what we have is a disconnect between the ideal nature of a thing and the pragmatic nature of a thing. We're striving to get to the ideal part, but we're stuck at the pragmatic part, and we're trying to get the rewards of the realization of the ideal before we realize the ideal. You don't get that second wife until you demonstrate that you've done right by your first. You don't get to be regarded as a holy man until the holiness is obvious to everybody who looks at you. I don't need to deal with a bunch of fake Christians. I'd rather deal with pagans and hooligans who I can tell love and make sacrifices for their neighbor, do right by their people, and don't stab people in the back, have integrity, stay on code. You don't need the Bible or a religious designation to stay on code and to take care of your neighbor.
That's a fact. On that mic drop, we got to talk about that pizza Mr. O was slicing.
No, hold on. Before Bolo go back, and then Chef got to talk, and Mr. O, shout out to Mr. O, my brother, what's good?
Top of it.
before we do this, because it's about to get real heated, I just want one last word from each man that I said, and I don't want our resident Christian to keep quiet now. E, don't keep quiet now. But listen,
I've been sitting here waiting.
listen. I want one last word from everybody, because then we're gonna move to the next subject. But no one's gonna say anything right now because we don't have enough likes. It's been 2 hours. I ain't get to 100. Everybody, just please remain silent. Get your thoughts together, because you're gonna have like 30 seconds to say. I'm counting 30 seconds, so you can't go long-winded. Say what you gotta say, and we move to the main topic. I need my likes first. We're waiting for the likes, and we could continue this conversation. We was up to 93. We usually get to 100. I need 95 likes from y'all. Y'all know who y'all.
Y'all get them likes up, man. Too much game getting kicked here, man.
That's what I'm
all
saying.
These stars on one platform.
And you
that tuition.
And you a star too, Mr. O. And I just want everybody to understand, people are having these real discussions, man. This is a place where we could have the heated discussion, and we could still leave as brothers. This is what I'm about, and sisters. This is how we lead. This is what we do here. This is what we do here. Y'all know I'm with the ignorant stuff. Y'all know I'm with that ignorance. I live in ignorance. I'm comfortable in war. But what I want to do is try to elevate myself. Any man that says homogeneous is crazy. Thank you. Instead of homogeneous, and I apologize for that.
Homogeneous.
Still saying it wrong.
I'm still saying
we works in progress. We building this vernacular as we fly it.
You're building my vernacular as this is crazy. I'm embarrassed.
Chef, you your brother's keeper, man. Chef,
my parents are like, we pay all this money for school.
Yeah, you the one with the degree, son.
This is crazy. This is crazy
today, brother.
Oh
okay.
man.
My ex used to hate that, yo. My ex used to hate that. Where I used to correct her.
I'm from Brownsville, man. 85% of the third graders can't read on grade level. I think I did okay.
My ex, she had a Columbia degree, right? And I used to do that where I sit quiet and then I get the right answer.
No, but you always,
you're the one with the degree.
But Chef always does that. If I send him something as a typo, he corrects it. Like always corrects it. Always corrects it.
I can't let you have that booger in your nose, my dude. That's the same dynamic. Seriously, though.
All right, so we had 91. I wanted 100, but I'll take that. But if I don't get 100 by 2:15, I will shut down this whole show. You know how I give it up. Thank you.
Let Darren look the door.
Go ahead, Mr. O. Say what you have to say, so we can go around. And
I had to jump in on this. I was one of those kids raised in the church 6 days a week, man. We got up early before Sunday school. We had something called Baptist Training Union, man. Like I can thumb through it. But that being said, man, they've always said that most intellectuals like just aren't believers anyway, man. Like we just know too much. However, like we all know that our religion got a birth date on it, and it was created in one of these councils for a reason, and it did its job for a long time to control the masses. And the fear of hell definitely stops people from doing a whole lot of things, you know, for the most part. But I don't subscribe to it, and a lot of that has to do with it letting me down. And I think that it has failed us in today's time. Religion as a whole has like failed us for what it was designed for. It got a lot of things done, and it got some countries, you know, taken over, and people acquired land and wealth and things like that. But like in today's world, especially in our communities, when you know, like this is the newest country. And I want to be careful of how I say this, because I don't want to say like our culture's trash, you know, where that should come from. But I want to say that like we are defining our culture here because we're the newest country, and we really didn't have a culture until we got here. Like Black Americans are the only ones that don't have their own original language. We don't know what it is. And that's why it's funny to me when people are so impressed that white rappers can rap. I'm like, it's their language. You know, like, you mean to tell me that they can't manipulate? We manipulated.
Whoa! Wait. If I had the soundboard, the Elgato joint, if I got the Elgato, I'd be like,
what sound you want?
Don DeMarco.
That's crazy.
Mr. O,
yo, son.
We gotta go around. We gotta go around.
Yeah, we gotta give proper credence to what he just said. We are talking about them appropriating our stuff while we're using their
Their
language.
language.
Right.
We gotta let that one ring
Like
for
we ain't will never be able to string together these words in a sentence the way one of those white girls from the suburbs can do. Like, have you ever heard a proper white girl just speak and the way it flows off her tongue? Like, it's their language though. We just don't know what ours is. And nor do we know what our religion should be. And it definitely shouldn't be one that wasn't created by our people, man. Like,
wow.
like
You see what I'm talking? You see what I'm talking about? You see what
I mean,
I like that, Mr. O. Mr. O, you get to the meat of it. You
I
cut
want to
off
go back to the Council of Nicaea, man. Like,
Ooh. Oh wait, yo, Mr. O, can you chill out? Because
all right,
this is a daytime show, and I'm on probation. I don't need none of those people messing me up. Stop saying words like that because you take it to another level. You take it to another level. I don't want no problems. Those thoughts are not my thoughts. Those
I
are
just
real
need
thoughts.
some clarity. I just need some clarity from Mr. O.
Yeah.
Are we saying that Black people in America speaking English is the same as is like it's a sort of appropriation? Is that what we're saying?
No, I'm saying like we were given that language. It wasn't our language, and so like we in a sense the Ebonics term and all that, we have manipulated the English language. Even Americans manipulated the European version of the English language, and so now we got the American version, and then we got the way we speak it, and the words just come off our tongue the way they come off our tongue, you know, and we created our own
version.
You can go, yeah, version, dialect, whatever, of the American language, and that's why I say like we ain't gonna never speak it like who it was created for. It doesn't even sound the same when they speak it, you know, when they speak it, the Europeans, you know, so it's not ours.
Okay, King, one more question, please, if I could just follow up. Okay, so I guess what I'm not clear on, when you mention the language piece, I'm trying to understand what is the correlation or how were you trying to connect that to appropriation, because they are two completely different things.
No, I'm not saying that we are appropriating anything. I'm just saying that like
that was Chef that said that.
Right, right. And to tie it into what y'all was speaking about, should we have our own language? Like even secret societies have, you know, the Masons got a language. We could be talking right now. You wouldn't even know.
Community guarded got a language.
Yeah, like everybody got a language. If even every woman that I'm with, we're gonna speak our own language. You know, we're gonna create a way to communicate. Right. And that's what we're just talking about. Just how we communicate. It could be looks, it could be hand gestures, it could be whatever. It's a conversation, it's a back and forth, it's a volley, it's a trying to relay a message and get an answer. So to build strength, you definitely need your own language, whether it be a dialect or just a form of what we already doing the way people don't understand. But as far as the religion part, like it could be used as it's a tool, it's powerful. I mean, I wish I could write something that live forever based on something you can't prove. Like that's it's powerful though.
I don't. Yo, Mr. O, come on, man. I just got monetized. I don't want them coming after me. Relax, man. Relax. You're a funny guy, man. Yo, relax. That's what Chef After Show. Y'all could talk like that. Right. They watching y'all. I don't want them boys on me.
It's good, Mr. O.
We go around. Do you want to
demonetize Chef over here playing safe?
The rail, and then Chef. Do you want to answer Hanifa's question real quick? Because it's really based on what you said about appropriation. You're on mute.
Okay, so
real quick,
in terms of what Hanifa, what you were saying, right? What it was I was actually taking a look at what he was saying in terms of the conversation, you know, and I was like, damn, I had to think about it for a minute. Like, you know, so in that moment, it wasn't that I was espousing his thoughts. When I said that mic drop moment, it was one of those moments where it was like, damn, I didn't think about it that way. So sometimes one thing that I do here is I flow on streams of consciousness. King knows what I'm talking about. I'm not as measured as people may think. I'm not setting up, you know, different breakdowns of what I'm going to do, outlines. So the thing is, if it's playing in my mind, and I was like, oh shit. I think that it's important for me to actually say it like, oh shit. Especially even if I disagreed with them in the beginning. You get me? Because what I'm doing also is being an example by, even as wise as folks may think I am, I'm making them understand how malleable my brain is to be like, oh, damn, you hit me with that one. Okay. So it wasn't so much where I can't sit here and defend the whole thought, but my reaction was more so like, oh, damn, yo, did you hear what he just said? So it was more so based on that. I'm still crunching it as we go along. You get me? But it was like, oh, I had to stop. Like, wait a minute. Did y'all feel what he just said? Maybe nobody else did. I felt it. So I was just trying to share that moment.
Right. So everybody else.
King, can I respond to what Hannibal said?
Absolutely.
Because, you know, although it was eloquently said, he didn't answer your question.
Oh,
your question was, you know, should we have one language or one religion, or should we just rock out? So as deep, and I agree with what he was saying totally, with there's a lot of people that, you know, move around fakewadly, you know, outwardly acting like, you know, that they're supposedly Christian. I got my air quotes up. You know, even the Lord tells you that there are many that honor me with their mouth, but their hearts are far from me. You know, that wasn't the question. The question was, who moves stronger? Do we move stronger with different beliefs and different languages as a people, or do we move stronger with one language and one belief? Now, the first thing I said is, I don't jack religion.
Yes.
So he went on a, you know, soliloquy of saying Christians, I don't jack that. The Bible don't jack that. Man built that around. You know, they took the word Christ, put entity at the back, and got power. In fact, when you read the book, Christ came to take the power away from the Pharisees and Sadducees and give it to the people. That's why he never preached in the building. He always preached in the street where it was free. So, eloquently said, and I agree with everything he said, 100%, that there's a lot of people that are in, you know, a lot of shepherds that are in wolf, you know, in sheep's clothing, but they're wolves inwardly, 100%. But he didn't answer the question.
So we want to.
I would really like him to
define the definition of religion.
Hold on. What you said? What you say, Bolo? Mr. O.
I would really like him to answer the question: would we be a stronger people, thinking differently, you know, having different beliefs and different languages, or do you think that we would be a stronger people? Because I gave you the example of Haiti, so I would like to hear his rebut to us either thinking separately but having one common goal. How would that happen? Because again, like I said, when you're looking at a people in Haiti, what kept them driving was hope. It wasn't just one language, because hope is what takes you further. That thought of something greater takes you further. So if we all believe in something different, then we all want to go different ways. So I would like him to answer the question that you asked originally, because although it was eloquent the way he said what he said, he didn't answer your question.
You know what's funny? Bolo came up here today to go against the juggernaut Hannibal and just
no, not at all.
No, because it's friendly. And
this I just want the question answered.
I'm learning how to pronounce homogeneous. I'm learning.
Because the one thing, before you go, Hannibal, the one thing I want, you know, people to understand, and the one thing that I don't jack is religion. So anytime you've ever heard me speak on any platform, the reason why I answered the question the way he asked it, I tried to get out of it, but because of the structure of the question, he kind of boxed me in, so I had to answer it that way. But the one thing I don't jack is religion, because it's man-made, and man always put man first.
Like Mr. O said.
Okay. Like Mr. O eloquently said.
Right. So what do you want to say, Hannibal? Do you want to reply to that or respond to that? Or you on mute?
Yeah.
So your question to me is, do I think we would move better and stronger if we was unified?
No, the question that King asked was, do you think that as a people, right, as a people, should we stay the way we are now, fragmented, or do you think that we would move do you think we would have better results in one language, one religion, or the way we are now, you know, fractured and everyone speaking their own thing and everyone believing their own thing? Do you think we would be in a better situation as a people that way or the other way? That was the question that he proposed.
The thing is, I don't necessarily, I can't, I'm not going to automatically say yes. We'd be better off if we all spoke the same language and all practiced the same religion. There has been a time in our history where that was the case. It was called the transatlantic slave trade, and where nearly all of us was learning English and being forced to be Christians, and we had no power.
But that wasn't our language or
so we were in one accord with no power. Fast forward to the 60s, we were segregated in unity, second-class citizenry, kind of speaking the same language for the most part, practicing the same religion for the most part, and still very little power. So there's been, and then let's go outside of the US. Let's look at a country like Nigeria. Let me tell you what I know about Nigeria. Nigeria is in the top 10 as far as largest populations in the world. Nigeria also has one of the biggest oil resources in the world. Nigeria is mostly Black Nigerians who and they speak a myriad of languages. They have a common commerce language of English. And guess what? It ain't like Nigeria is the juggernaut of the continent. They doing their thing, but it ain't like they're leading the diaspora towards complete citizenship and liberty. So my thing is this: I believe in unity. And it's easy to prove. I sell a shirt on my website that says there is power in unity. I've never changed the design. It's simple because the message is simple and it's important. And it's one of the only pieces on my site that's on sale right now because I really want that message out in the world. I've sold thousands of this t-shirt because I want to promote unity, because there's strength in unity. I got a button that says unity equals power.
What are we unifying in, Hannibal? Because he asked.
And that is the big question.
But what I'm saying to you is he asked a structured question.
And I said no.
You said no. There you go. So my question to you is: you brought up the '60s and all that. You don't think that the Black family is more fractured than it was when we had one thought process? Because in the '60s, there was more of a Black family structure. Would you agree?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there was. And the only thing that disturbed the whole thing was integration.
I agree with you.
Or desegregation.
But here's the point. The integration now, it fractured us because now you have 10 Black people thinking 10 different ways, opposed to when we were together, we all thought one way or the majority of one way. Because we can't say everyone thought the same way, but we had that structure. We had that village. That village was infiltrated and destroyed. So now when you come to a Black man and try to build with him to go to a direction because he thinks a different way, because there is no universal understanding that we both should have. Again, the way you think and the way I think is going to be different. But if
I don't think you understand how I think.
That's why I said the way you think and the way I think is going to be different. You have to listen to what I'm saying to you. The way you think and the way I think is going to be different. But if we have a universal understanding of the direction and the intention in which we're going for, we can move together. Would you agree on that?
Yeah.
Okay, so right now we don't have that as a people. Right now, we're more fractured, where we're hurting ourselves more than white supremacy is hurting us.
Do you really think that if we all started practicing the same religion and started speaking the same language, that we'd be able to overcome our situation just by doing those two things?
This is what I would say to you. Again, like I said, I don't jack religion, but because of the question, if we all came up with one thought process and we all moved as one, there's no power in a finger. There's power in a fist. So if those people that are calling women bees on rap records, if we all moved as one and said, we're not buying that record, then you won't have no more rappers calling women bees. If we sat there and said, you know what? I think it was Gucci who had that blackface. We're not buying Gucci no more. It comes when we move in one direction, there's going to be force, and they're going to have to hear us. Now, again, we have to understand that the world is run by, we know who it is. We don't want to get King in trouble. He's on probation, right? And I always say USA means under Satan's authority. So we understand who is at power here. We get it. We understand who's at power. What I'm saying to you is we don't have a family structure anymore because of the fragmentation of the family, the black family, because there's 10 churches on one block. I agree with you 100% on that because of the infiltration. And no other nation has been infiltrated like us. None.
Bolo,
Yes, sir.
let me throw this at you.
Please.
If all of us could seriously commit mind, body, and soul to black advancement, don't you think that would be the unifying element that we needed to make real change?
I would say no. Let me explain to you why. Because
tell me why that would be lacking.
Because everyone's perception of black advancement might be different. See, here's the thing with freedom. With the thing with freedom, freedom makes you more of a slave because there's no parameters, right? See, when you have structure and you know that this is what a man is supposed to do, there are parameters that we're not going to go out of. The same thing as a woman. When a woman knows her position, she knows her focus, and she's tapped in, there are certain things that she's not going to go out of. So if you and I do not fundamentally agree on what we think black advancement should be, you may think it's going left. I might think it's going right. So we have to listen, the scriptures tell you two cannot walk if not be agreed. If you're a crackhead and I'm an alcoholic, if there's not crack and alcohol at that party, we're not going to the same party together. And that's just fundamentally understanding. There has to be something that links us all.
And what is it?
Just be color.
What is it?
What links us all? Okay,
yeah.
That's a very good question. I'll tell you. The one thing that links us all is, what should link us all is our faith. I'm going to explain to you what I mean by that. And again, I'm not jacking it. I'm going to tell you. Now, my man Chef said a whole lot of things about, the wind and all this stuff. Our faith in God, our faith in a higher power. Once we have that faith in that direction, because again, like I said to you, you have to understand what gives a person hope. It has to be beyond you. It has to be beyond you. It has to be beyond me. So we have to come together as a collective and say, okay, you believe in Christianity, you believe in Catholicism, you believe in this, you believe in that. Let's see which is right and which is wrong, because everything can't be right.
Bolo.
Yes, sir.
I gotta push back.
Please.
Push back.
Go ahead.
And with all due respect, when I said it is a commitment to black advancement enough, you said no, because we all can't define what black advancement looks like. So essentially what you said is that's too abstract. And then you offered up something that's even more abstract, which is faith in God, because faith in God has to have a manifestation. And so now the manifestations of the faith in God and its application, are we all supposed to agree on that? How are we going to agree on what that looked like if we can't agree what black advancement looked like? What you just suggested is even more abstract than what I suggested.
Let me show you where you're wrong. Because we all know that every religion, like my man King said, which was very eloquently put in that example that he gave, and Chef did, that there's a fundamental understanding in truth, understanding, integrity, and character. Everything has that. Every religion has that. They have that fundamental belief system in it. Now what we have to understand is the Bible is the only book that has over 100,000 historical documents that proves its validity. So now what we would do is, okay, let's go through every book, whether it's
validity.
Validity, yeah.
Are you talking about historical veracity?
Oh, sure.
Cool. We can use that too.
Because
cool, let's go with that.
Because
here's the thing. The one thing I don't like to do, I don't want to make this conversation into who has the biggest word vocabulary. I don't want to do that. If it's right, if the way you put it was the right way and it gets it, then hell, let's go with that. I don't get caught up in that. I don't want to get caught up in the branches. I want to deal with the root. So what I'm saying to you is that's our biggest problem. The reason why you and I can't link or vibrate on the same thing is you believe something, I believe something. Now do that with 200 million black people. Get that with 200 million blacks. This is why we can't walk the corners. This is why you're quicker to walk across the street where white people are than your own brothers. Now you can front and say, nah, I'd walk through those black people. Come on, G. Let's be realistic. Everyone operates on a different frequency, but I guarantee you go to Europe, that white man that's French and that white man that's European, they vibrate on the same vibration. Why is that? Why is it that all Asians or most Asians operate on the same vibration?
I don't
Why
know
are
that
we
they
not
do.
operating on that, but they are? It's
I don't
because
know
of
that
our
they
belief
do.
system.
I,
Our
I want to
belief
cut in for
system
a
is
second,
factual.
guys. What's going on, panel? Because
what up?
I'm
What
not.
up?
No offense to nobody, but I'm not trying to wait another 30 minutes to hear motherfuckers talk. Listen, with all due respect to everybody religion up here, I don't want to be interrupted. I don't even need feedback. Y'all can talk after I'm gone. There's a few things I'm gonna brought up. I want to bring up right now. The Christians to me, man, it's so disgusting hearing conversations about, well, black people, if everybody just fall under the hand of God, we'll be the strongest, most not enslaved people of all time. Let's go ahead and talk about this, bro. Every single day, there's black children in America who get abused by the church. I speak about this almost every damn show because the moment I bring up Meech and Terry, people like E Black is gonna say, well, those people destroyed our community. Well, like I say, those church people, including people like E Black, they don't let young children into their home. They're not trying to take care of people. They're not trying to do none of these different things, right? And I just don't like it, bro, because even what Bolo just said, why do different communities come in and they do different things? Well, let's look at like a Mirror Exile community. They're mostly Muslim, and what I hear from Christians is, well, look at the Muslims. They always stick together. But then y'all don't talk about the Taliban. Y'all don't talk about all these different other people who are Sunni or Shiite, but they care about power. They care about capitalism. And that's what we don't talk about enough. We want to be the most praying, Christian, forgiving ass motherfuckers. I'm sorry, King, but we want to be the most praying, forgiving motherfuckers. What happened when those 4 girls got killed in that church bombing? Nothing. What happened when Dr. King got killed? Nothing. What happened when Sandra Bland was killed? Nothing. What happened when Ryan, whatever the white boy name, when he walked inside that church recently and killed 9 people? Where was y'all Christians at? Where was y'all doing? So we okay with black women, black men, black kids all being killed, but we're going to continue to just pray and pray and pray and pray and pray. And it's so fucking disgusting because we go and we say, well, we need to be more like communities like the fucking Muslim community. But then we don't talk about that.
The cursing, brother.
My bad, King. But then we don't look at the fact that Afghanistan was just taken by people like the Taliban. We have no power. Let me go ahead and speed this conversation up. The Christians have no power here. Black people have no power here. That's why the Christians, they can't get bills passed like an anti-black hate bill. But the Asians can. The Asians can get that passed, and it has nothing to do with religion, right? But we want to be up here and talk about as long as we keep our nose in the Bibles and our hands together and on our knees praying, every blessing is that's the way we're gonna get enslaved. That's the way we're gonna continue to be oppressed. And Bolo, you said black people are oppressing ourselves more than a white man. That's the most ridiculous shit I've ever heard you say in your whole life. Since I've ever saw you on the internet.
Explain, please.
No, you explain, because
I'm
at the
telling
end
you
of the day,
I'll explain, because it's the brother that's going to shoot you, not the white man. That's why. How many times have a black man been shot by a white cop? Explain that. Give me the numbers on that. And how many black men get shot by other black men in
brother, with all due respect, Bolo, with all due respect, Bolo, it's been proven time and again that crime, especially violent crime, is proximal, which means whoever you live by is who you're going to kill. 80% of white men who have been murdered have been murdered by white men.
So my point is this.
That's a fact been verified.
Brother, let me ask you a question. Listen, again, the conversation can get really conflated, right? I agree with Daryl when it comes to, the praying and all that stuff. I agree with him. Like I said, I'm not a Christian, okay? So the Lord tells me watch and pray. What does that mean? If something is coming to take me, I'm going to take it first. So I don't rock that way with I'm just going to let you beat my ass and I'm just going to pray. That ain't me.
We just lost a Disney commercial ad.
That's far from me.
Mhm.
You dig what I'm saying? However, we have to understand that there has to be a fundamental understanding that we all have within each other, and it's not just our color.
Bolo.
Now, we can sit here and argue it all the time and say that, listen, we need to understand that it hurts me to say these things. I'm not saying this thing because I'm happy about it. I'm telling you because I am black. So I'm speaking about my black people. I'm talking about the issues that we're having in our community. I'm not going to talk about the white community because I'm not white. I'm not going to talk about the Asian community because I'm not Asian. Although my mom was, my father was black. My father was Haitian. That's how I rock by. So the point that I'm trying to make to you is I'm going to talk about the problem and the systematic issues that we have in our community. Now, whether it's hard to understand, hard to digest, I get it. But these things ain't going away. So we need to. So when it comes to what Dad was saying, I'm on the Ave. I'm doing the work. I'm feeding the homeless. I'm dealing with it.
Bolo, in
Yes, sir.
in the 1920s, black people did everything you talked about. Everything you talk about now, black people did it. The only reason why we don't have a Black Wall Street, and then that system of doing everything right, building our own communities, because they destroyed it, Bolo.
Correct.
And that's all I'm trying to tell you is you're wrong, because every time
Darryl,
black people do pull themselves up, black people, and that's my ultimate point. They have all the power.
So what are you gonna do? So should we get together and go and go stomp or go rush Washington D.C.? What is your solution? Let me ask you.
I got one for you after Darrell go.
Yeah. So to me, the ultimate solution, if you want to be honest, I'm not sure how far we about to take the show, how dark we about to
Wait. Hold on. Man.
Don't go too dark, Darryl.
Man,
I'm saying because they
Darryl, please. I know where you gonna go with it.
Darrell, let me pass the rock.
I'm just gonna use one word, genocide. But let's keep going.
Wow.
So let me piggyback off that and non-military. First off, I'm a student I'm an indirect student of Dr. Claude Anderson. And Dr. Claude Anderson has been trying to give us the keys to our advancement for decades. So first and foremost, one thing that if we all was really serious about our advancement, our full liberation, our independence from the dominant society, we'd all be up on Dr. Claude Anderson's teachings. And one of the things he teaches is starting by building economies over things like our basic needs. And because building economies helps us create job opportunities for each other. And once we can create job opportunities for each other, then we don't have to send our young people into spaces where they have to code switch and they have to be disrespected just to get a job. Okay. And now we're taking care of that bottom of that Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And then you start controlling your education and controlling your hospitals and controlling the institutions that have the biggest impact on our lives. Now,
where do we do this at? Because the white man runs the earth. Where do we do this? What country you're going to go to?
Let me listen. I'm getting to it. On my soul, I'm getting to it.
Please.
Okay. I'm in one of the most highly populated and segregated cities in the United States, Chicago, Illinois. There are 3 million people in the city proper. 1 million black people, 1 million Latins, and 1 million white people. If you go to the west side, if you go to the south side, you can find neighborhoods that are 95 to 99% black. And guess what? There's an Asian person selling all the basic needs to people out of a corner store. Now, listen.
Where are we gonna go to start our black country, brother? Let's get to the root, dog.
Let me finish. You gotta be patient. You gotta be patient.
What I'm saying is the white man runs the
I listen to you. You gotta listen to me now. I listen to you respectfully.
I apologize.
If we took charge of those stores instead of letting Asians take all our money out of our community, we could invest. That could be the seed. That could be the kernel that we could grow from. It starts with a block, it goes to a community, and then the community gets expanded because people are committed not just to their basic needs and the fulfillment of their basic needs, but to the advancement of Black people. It requires a decision, and the decision is, I have $5 to spend on toilet paper. I can spend it with Darrell, or I can spend it with Ahmed. I'm going to spend it with Darrell. Now, when you talked about segregation, listen, when desegregation,
have you ever heard of eminent domain?
When desegregation came down the pike, it wasn't a spiritual thing that weakened Black business. It was the fact that Black people stopped patronizing Black businesses.
Got you.
They said it's no longer illegal for me to shop at Woolworths with the white people, so I'm going to go shop with the white people. I'm going to exercise my newfound freedom, and that newfound freedom crippled and killed Black businesses.
Okay, so my question to you is, those blocks that we take back and we bring the Black stores in, when the white man says we need this block because we need Highway 78 to run through it, and they take it, tell me what country we're going to go to that's going to be ours.
King, put that up. Put what I just posted up, King.
That's not white influenced. Please explain to me where we're going to go, because you're saying and Darrell is saying that we need to do what he just said. The Black man, most of us can't even hunt, man. Most of us can't even break down a 9mm. Hold on.
When's the last time eminent domain was used in a major metropolitan?
We need to go out there and take over. You're dealing with people that live this. I live in a spot where you got 3-year-old, 5-year-old white children breaking down AR-15s. We don't even know how to shoot correctly.
Honesty, we're gonna move forward, but I want to answer Hannibal's question. The last time
I want to say one thing. Shout out to the Jamaican Maroons and the history of the Jamaican Maroons, people who were fighting against Christians, and they actually destroyed their enemies, and they was able to keep some remnants of their culture. But go ahead, King.
Yeah, Nana. Everybody knows. If you know, it's a powerful woman who led with emotional intelligence. Her name is Nana. I think it's Nana, right? I want to say to Hannibal, they do an eminent domain, but now they got something new. It's called a procurement process, right? Where they make believe that they have these certain guidelines that you have to go through if you want to build in your own community. And the only people that can afford it is rich developers. And they team up with nonprofit companies that are from the community, but they really don't have ownership. So the government does find ways to take over it, but I agree with you, Hannibal. I love Dr. Claude Anderson. I love what he does, right? But in all honesty, his is more of an ideal thing, because if we ever got that unified in advance, they will start applying the rules that Bolo was saying.
Can I just say one thing?
And what Daryl's saying, I'm not going to condone it on my show, but Daryl is he's not talking about any hate speech. He's talking about what has worked for other coaches. And that what he suggested did work for other coaches, but it's not hate speech. Yeah. So with that being said, we're going to change the subject.
Can I just say one thing before you change the subject?
Okay. The E-Black I want E-Black to defend the Christians, because I know because he was getting Daryl went at you. All right, go ahead.
Yeah. Everything that Daryl said and Hannibal said, it's not that it's not true. We have to understand that there's a time and place for everything. Right now, that like, what King said, that power structure is global. It's global. It's not in one place and not the other. Right now, we need to educate ourselves. We need to build ourselves. We need to form that family structure. We need to get that village. We need to love each other. We don't even do that on a mass scale. We need to do that. We need men to stand up and be men. We need men to have integrity, have character, have truth, go back into the homes and teach these youngins. Before we even start going out there and starting to pay someone else's phone bill, let's pay ours.
Right. Well, and that's why I had the question when we went off on a tangent. But the question is, why do you want to go back into a woman's house if she doesn't respect you? And the whole point of that was for us to understand as men, we cannot start nation building if our women don't respect us. And they won't respect us until we start presenting actions that are real leaders. A-Black, end this, and Ucky, you get to end this too. That's it. And then we go into the next subject, because this next subject is gonna really have us arguing for real. So let's. I want everybody to take a breather. E Black, Lucky.
You know, like I said, when you let people
Hold on,
talk,
let me move Daryl away from her. Hold on.
when you let people talk, it lets you know how the depth of their education goes, and it lets you know that they don't read too much, and that's why I call people university activists, because they only know what they've been taught by the white books in their community colleges. This is why I've always told people, if you really want to learn about real black empowerment, you need to read the real black empowerment groups. You can read exactly what happened on the ground. Read yourself some Frederick Douglass. Read you John Brown. Read you some Black Panther. Read Dr. Huey P. Newton, who led the revolution, and learn about it. Read Che Guevara. Read these people, and then you'll learn what works and what didn't work. Because we talk a lot about how Christians did this and Christians did that, but then you don't ever read about how other black people who were Christians also fought back, who also revolted. We talked about the church bombing with the girls. Did you know 2 young men got slain in riots the same night? Because these guys are just university activists. They want to lead you into a burning building. They only want to lead you into a burning building, and they don't have no clue on how to get you out, and they have no
that's
clue,
crazy.
and they will drink the water that will put out the fire because they selfish. But this is why I don't mess with these cats. But at the same time, in terms of Christianity, I love what Bolo said. Teach faith. You learned about all these nations of the world that conquered, and they were multicultural armies, and they all had a fear of God. They all had a fear of God, but they also had a knowing of their own safety. You talk about the Indians who fought against the Spanish War. They didn't all speak the same language, but they still stood up and fought. So whether or not how we get here or whatever's going on, you need to have a fear of God. And I don't care if your religion is Christianity, Islam, Buddha, whatever. Any man needs to stand up for his community and his country. Any man needs to also understand what it takes to rebuild the same country. You can't burn everything down. So I'm gonna leave on that, because, like I said, listen to these people who talk. Cap.
Okay, I just want to get clarity. When you say university activists, are you referring to Daryl or Hannibal? Because they were saying the same thing.
No, I'm talking to Daryl.
Okay, but they were saying the same thing.
I'm talking
the biggest
to
Christian is Dr. Martin Luther King. Didn't he go to school? Didn't he learn a lot of different shit at school? Come on, and speaking of burning houses, speaking of burning houses, bro.
That was a good one, though. I ain't going for that.
Bro, come on, bro. Because at the end of the day, if you
but
can't afford
he
education,
lived what he was talking about.
Just say
he
that.
studied. He actually studied Gandhi.
Can
he
I
actually?
jump in
I mean, I'm sorry.
Lucky didn't go. We got to make Queen Lucky go. I'm sorry.
I just want to say this real quick, because people always bring up Dr. King.
Don't talk,
Dr.
man.
King
You
said,
done.
Dr. King, he said, go ask your wife for $20, bro, and then come back to
Okay,
me.
wait, hold on.
At the end of the day,
this is how we go to left. This is how we go left.
Hold on.
Yo. Stop mentioning my wife, bro.
Dr. King
Stop.
Said, I'm going to say whatever I want to say.
Bro.
You a Christian, you ain't got no
bro,
power to
you a
stop me
simp.
at the end of the
You
day.
a whole trash ass dude, man.
Listen, fellas.
Dr. King said that he had led us into a burning building.
And did you read the second part? He didn't even say that. Barry Halafonte said that. And he said even still he would lead his people into a burning building, but he would put out the fire. That's how much of a university gangster you is. You don't know nothing. You all cap. You don't go look up the phrase.
In the spirit of peace, I want to say this because I have said this. I have said this, and I've said it publicly. There is power in religion. There's power in people's relationship with their God. I've said this. I've said, even though I don't subscribe to the same religious beliefs as Malcolm or Martin, I know that it was their religious system by which they drew their power, and it motivated them to do the work that we are talking about them for, the hallmark of their legacy. There's power in it. But it also has its limitations and how it's applied by the person and by the in the aggregate.
Right. You said that in
And
episode.
shout out to my yacht for posting
You
the
said that
book.
episode 32. You said that in episode 32, right? I'm lying. I don't remember the episode. I just want to sound like
Something in the past. I was just gonna co-sign what you said.
right. Listen, Lucky, can a lady come in and bring the spirit of peace in? Can you just come in and end it, please? Thank you.
I hope I can bring peace. Hey y'all. Hi Bolo.
Hey sis, what's going on?
I do want to speak on just the solution part. Because I see both sides, but I think the part that gets missed is, does anybody actually know how often the black dollar circulates? Let's start there. So you can't have any type of power or move anything with no money. So the first thing in a community, in your household, the one thing you can control is yourself, your children, your spouse, and what y'all have financially. With that, I live in a place where there's so many, and I talk about this all the time, so many empty strip malls in different areas that are leasing out different buildings. In every neighborhood I've been in, you have an Asian community, you have a little Tijuana, like that they like to call it, or a Mexican community. When you get to a black community, it's always in the ghetto or somewhere where it's tagging. Anytime black people try to have something successful, black people themselves tear it down. So I think when we look at solutions, we also have to look at how do they run as a people. We always talk about older people, but let's talk about today. We have so many opportunities to actually help ourselves so we can be powerful. We get the blueprint, but we're talking about gentrification. We're talking about neighborhoods where people are coming in. Oh, they're taking this from us, but we had it this long and didn't own anything there. We didn't take ownership of nothing. So somebody is just a business move. We're sitting here talking about Christianity, saying what Christians did and this and that and the other. Like Daryl was speaking, bad things do happen in a church, but you can't really put it together and say church folks are the same as doers of the word of God. That's the part that kind of just irritates me a little bit, because it makes it seem like Bolo is speaking in a fairy tale, or even E Black with some points. But the point is, you can't really get up here and say Christian things or say we should follow the Bible if you are not first being a testimony. What is God doing in your life? If you struggling, you
That's
can't help
unfair.
nobody.
That's
You got a
unfair.
church that's struggling.
That's
Anything.
fair.
I'm not
That's
taking shots at
unfair.
nobody. I'm just saying in general. Most Christians
That's
do
just
not do
unfair,
what that
though.
book says.
But she's a lady. Let's let her finish, though. Please.
So, therefore, if you see the Bible, there's money all through the Bible. God does not want you to be broke. However, the message is taught to people who don't read the book, who don't follow what it's saying in simple steps. So they speak in a way where, oh, you just have to pray. But like I said in the comments, faith without works is dead. So therefore, if you're not working towards what it says to do, if you're not keeping faith in what your vision is, if you're not focusing on building wealth for your own household first before you can help the people outside, it's kind of like, what are we talking about? So I just wanted to give that point as far as when we talk about Christianity, let's talk about how many people are actually Christians that claim to be a Christian, and look at what God is doing in their life. If God is not really moving in your life, I don't really qualify you as a Christian, because something is not adding up there. So I just wanted to kind of like shout out Bolo for what he was trying to say as far as the works and following it. I do appreciate what Hannibal is saying and Daryl, because I think they both, if they can go together, I think people miss too with Christianity is God was not just all the time turn the other cheek. There's a time and a place for war. So
Right.
I think that if it's strategic and there's a plan, if depending on the plan and it comes out that way, I think that it should be handled accordingly. But I don't think we're in that time. I think first, the conversation can't go anywhere if most Black people are looking for handouts and not trying to get money.
Right. Okay. So we're gonna Michael. I'm not ignoring you, but we only have 9 people on here and 10, and I want to put up a diagram for the next topic. So as soon as I put up the diagram, then we're gonna bring you up. Lucky, thank you so much for saying us that. You give a shout out to Darrell. You give a shout out to Bolo. You give a shout out to Hannibal. But did you miss E Black on purpose?
I mentioned E Black, but just on this subject, right. I wouldn't say me and E Black agree on everything, because he doesn't really have any. His message doesn't really have a solution. That's it. But I don't just disagree with everybody. But
she don't love Chef. She don't love Chef no more either.
No, you were in the.
Okay, so do y'all want me to just say everybody's name? Hi, Chef.
Right. All right. So Listen, we talked about religion. We talked about faith. We talked about spirituality. We talked about in regards to a community coming back to structure. Today's topic was us trusting our gut feelings, and it hasn't been working for us. But today I realized something that we have been missing in regards to what is gut feelings. There's a difference between gut feelings and intuition. There's a difference. And what we just talked about is the difference is going to separate us from being a community that we should be, or a community that basically is just trying to survive. Hannibal?
The thing that's crazy about gut feelings and intuition is a lot of people don't understand that when when it was generally encouraged that you should trust your intuition, there's an underlying presumption that usually isn't spoken about, and that's that you're a person who's been trying to operate at the highest level. You're a person who believes in scholarship. You're a person who has studied and practiced good habits. That person can trust their intuition. A person who's been practicing trash habits for 20 years cannot trust their intuition, and they shouldn't. They should find other sources for guidance. So, like, I'm not a person who says you should always trust your gut or trust your intuition, because if you're if you're a career criminal, if you're a booster, been boosting for 20 years and you're in the middle of a boost, okay, trust your intuition about boosting, but don't trust the same intuition that you built boosting for 20 years outside of your criminal environment. You know,
Hey, time out. Time to freak out. Okay, look, King, we got to clean this chat room up. I'm sorry.
What happened?
We just got to clean this chat room up. Moderators, y'all need to be on y'all job.
Yeah, I'm trying to put up the chart, man.
I get it. I'm just saying. Before we continue, this is not what we do. I put in too much time. We got to clean this chat up.
Well, let me put this up, and I could clean it up. Do what y'all need. I don't know what's going on, but I hope it's not messing with my monetization. That's all I care about right now. All right. If it's messing with my monetization, please stop. All right. So this is what I want to share with y'all real quick. Tell me what y'all think. Did it come up?
Nobody know how to delete comments around here? Nobody know how to time people out? Like, come on now. Hold on. We jump out the window for a whole bunch of other stuff, but when it comes to my wife, I don't play this stuff. Dude, I'm tired of this stuff, man. Still can't. Trick that is my wife, and y'all sit here and let motherfuckers act like I'm a butch ass nigga because I don't address this whole ass nigga.
Oh, yo, man.
And y'all niggas gotta straighten this shit up. Either we clean this shit up, or we gotta make some changes. We gonna clean this shit up.
Hold on.
Nobody
because King, if anybody was on anybody else,
hold on.
Christians.
Hold on.
Stop giving it in.
Hold on. Everybody relax. Because I don't say the N-word to anybody. I don't use that word. I don't play with that word. I get what you're saying. You don't like him doing that, and he shouldn't be doing that. I told him several times, I can't stop him from what he wants to do. But what you can do is remove yourself from dealing with somebody like him, because I'm not going to kick both of y'all out. I told y'all that.
All I'm saying is just moderate the chat. All I'm saying, if you respect me as a man, I'm a man first before anything else. I'm a man first before anything else.
Yeah, I'll see you as a man.
So let me finish. Bottom line is this.
So you don't respect me, is what you're saying.
You're not letting me finish. Okay. You're not going to give me an order. He's not going to give me an order. I'm saying to y'all, from day one, I told y'all men, when y'all come on this, be professional. If he's not being professional, ignore him.
But bro, that ain't how.
You doesn't know your wife. So why do you care?
Because I got people looking at me like
right,
I'm crazy. But y'all got people looking at me like I don't defend my wife though. Listen. What we not gonna do is this.
What we're not gonna do is keep on talking over. I'm not saying you wrong. I'm saying to you, if you think he's immature, you gotta play on a higher level.
But no, I'm just speaking up for my wife. This is your channel. I cannot. If he was on my channel, I would block him. I would time him out.
That's the thing with me. I wouldn't be on the channel with somebody that I don't like. I would never be. That's why I left that other channel. I'm not gonna be on channel. If you think he's immature, cool. I told him that's not cool. What do you want me to do?
No, all I'm saying is that we got moderators here. if he can't
You paying
control,
them?
no. All I'm saying is
But are
that
you paying them?
all you got to do is set the standard.
No. Are you
That
paying
you got to
them?
set the standard
No.
though.
Are you paying them? It's volunteer.
It's volunteer.
You can't tell these guys what to do.
All I'm saying is that just like anybody else would disrespect anybody on this panel, you would be more than free to handle.
No. That's the difference. The difference between y'all two is y'all been going back and forth with each other all the time. So you telling me you didn't bring when he wasn't on stage, you didn't mention anything about university activists? You didn't say nothing about that before he got on stage. You didn't say any slick stuff before he got on stage.
No.
Detroit community housing.
Yes, you did, because before he got on stage, you said something. I was like, damn.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Listen.
I see how this is
No, it's not how
going.
it is.
I see how this is going. No.
I'm not picking sides.
All I'm saying is that there's rules of engagement.
I'm not picking sides.
You set the standards. This is
I'm
your
not
page.
picking sides.
You don't have to pick sides, but you have to set a standard. Because just like, hold on.
You gotta listen to me. At the end of the day, when it's all said and done, Darrell came to me and said, you gotta let that man go because he broke a rule. Right? You know what I told Darrell? No, I'm not letting him go. And Darrell, I'm not gonna let E go. And I'm not gonna let Darrell go. Y'all gonna have to get it together.
Okay, well then, like I said, all I'm saying is that when it comes to my wife, at least have the decency as a leader to say, you know what, we gonna clean this chat up. You can go back and forth intellectually.
I don't want to see the chat. I'm bringing up this. I'm trying to share the file.
Okay, but at least let it be known to the people who got the wrenches, though.
But you have to stop giving ultimatums.
I'm not giving ultimatums. I never gave you an ultimatum. I just basically all I'm doing is putting my claim down to say, hey, all this chat in the room, gangster about my wife, stops. If you got a problem, I don't care if you call me a fake Christian. I don't care what you talking about me.
Right. But
as long as we talking about me, I don't care. But when you start going at my wife and then hiding behind your platform.
You know what's crazy? You know what you're doing right now? You're giving everybody your weak spot. So when your page grows, your channel grows, if they ever want to throw you off, they're going to talk about your wife. Do you know that?
You know, all I'm talking about is just ethical leadership. All I'm talking about is ethical leadership. I get it though.
Listen, do you know by you saying that right now, everybody, when you have your show, trolls are going to come on and talk about your wife because they know it's triggering.
Okay.
You're giving them real power.
Can I throw a little something in this? Just a little, with y'all permission.
This is
E Black, I totally can empathize with you right now because I spazzed out on that other show because I felt away. So I get it. But I also feel bad that I was allowed myself to get pressed to that level. And I also feel bad that it derailed, it stole the spotlight. Right now, what you and Darrell are going through is stolen the spotlight. And I get it. You have a principled standpoint and you want something to change. I dig that. I'm gonna tell you what it would be if it was me, because I thought about it a lot since I had a meltdown and threw a big fit over there. I said, what will I do if I'm ever in that situation again? I said, I'll probably just pull the plug well before I get too worked up. If I feel like things ain't gonna change, I'm gonna remove myself from the situation. And I tell you what else, you and Darrell got each other's contact information, right? Holler at him offline if it's that big of a fucking deal.
Can I add this to that too? E-Black, I understand everything you're saying, right? But you have to understand, you can't, and this is going to be real, and this goes for every man on this panel. You can't give any man that much power over you.
That's what I'm saying.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
Listen,
hear me out for 1 second.
After that, I'm going to just say my last little thing, and it's going to be done.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. He's hitting you, you know what I'm saying, obviously, where it hurts the most. And I understand that's your wife. I understand you have to defend her. I get it. I understand it 100%. I would be the same way. I wouldn't be as irate, you know what I'm saying? Because all that's doing is fueling him. That's all it's doing. Because now he knows 100% that all I need to do is do this and get you derailed. So what you need to do is just stay on point, because here's the thing. Truth doesn't have to be defended. Truth is going to stand on its own. So if you're here just to push out the word and you're here to help people grow and help people get to the next level, continue on that road. Eventually, he'll get bored with you and move on to the next person. When you feed into that, you're feeding the fire to give him more to say, I got him.
Man, this is crazy.
Okay, I'm just gonna say this. I'm just gonna say this. Like I said, you know, it comes down to ethical leadership. The leadership sets the standards. If we can, if the rules is, hey, we can go back intellectually, it's cool. But then at a certain point, who else's wife is targeted? Who else's personal spouse is a target? Do I get talked about because I'm a Christian? I'm fine with that. But then at the same time, all I'm saying is that set the standard, King. Set the standard.
I get you. I get you. I totally understand what you're saying. I totally disagree with you because what you're trying to do is transfer liability for your you're transferring liability for your lack. Are you listening to me? Can we grow?
I'm not transferring liability.
Can we grow together though? Okay. Right? You're transferring liability to me because you're saying it's my page and I'm supposed to tell another man what to do. Right? For the benefit of you.
No.
So who's for the benefit of? And you bring in other because he might talk about somebody else's wife.
If you don't understand, all I'm saying is that I spend a lot of time here.
Okay.
As a man, talking to another man, all it comes down to is basically this. This is your page. Be like, yo, bro.
I'm removing. How you know I never did that?
Huh?
How you know I never did that?
All I'm saying.
No, how do you know I never did that?
Because I didn't hear it.
No, it doesn't matter. I'm not you.
Okay.
I correct people behind the scenes because if I get loud in the front of the scenes, it's gonna look crazy. Darrell, how many times have I told you chill out with him?
Damn near every single time me and you talk.
I'm not gonna correct him in front of everybody.
Literally, every time we talk.
I don't have to tell you what I do. Because that's not gangster. Gangster's not making a scene.
All I'm saying.
I pulled him to the side and told him, but I also told him at the end of the day, he's gonna do what he wants to do.
That's fine.
Let me say something too.
But
King.
you set the standard. You set the standard on your own page.
No. Guess what? And I said this before, and I said it to everybody. So let me reiterate this. At any time, any one of you feel uncomfortable on my stage, you have my blessings to leave. At any time. I'm not keeping no one here, and I'm not picking sides. I'm a grown man. I'm my own man. I'm not picking your side. I'm not picking his side. I'm picking my side. And I want the message to come out. And if you want to continue to give this man power that he shouldn't have, that's on you, brother. I can't tell him what to do. But what you know what you can do? You got two options. Annoy him and get the truth out, or you can leave. And he has the same options too. Daryl, you can annoy him and get the truth out, or you can leave. But I'm not going to keep on going back and forth because I'm not picking sides. I see the value in both of y'all. But you're not going to question my leadership because it's not something that you want. So then go and find a leader that you agree with. Because I would never not one day in my life, E-Black, tell you to do something.
So if somebody was disrespect. All I'm asking is if somebody disrespecting other people in here, somebody was calling
E-Black, what happened 2 days ago?
Huh?
What happened 2 days ago? Hold on. What happened 2 days ago? When we had that situation with Mr. Palmer, right? Mm-hmm. And I said, yo, homie, you went and did something without going through the team, right? Mm-hmm. And I said, you know what? It's all right. We still got your back anyway. It's okay, but that's kind of crazy that you didn't talk to us because I had other opportunities aligned with that man. So my thing to you is, son, you can't keep on telling us to do something about that man when you have his number and y'all supposed to have been fought it out. What you want me to do?
All I did was just.
What you're doing?
You guys are making this more than what I'm saying. I'm being very clear I'm being very clear in what I'm saying.
What's the solution?
The solution should be is this. Outside of my disrespect, which I'm fine with, when it comes to disrespecting another man's wife, and making it seem as if he doesn't care about his wife. You need to say, hey, chill out. Moderators either time out or remove the comment. Because it makes it seem as if I don't care about my wife. And it makes it seem like I'm not standing up for my wife when I actually am. But that's all I'm asking is just to be an ethical leader. Now, if you don't care about that, I understand. This is my point of proving it. But I'm just putting it out there. This is where my line draws. Because I'm not coming in and spending as much time as I am to be disrespected like I'm not of value to anybody.
But he don't spend time either? Huh? We all don't spend time?
I'm just saying.
Is your time more than everybody on here?
I'm just saying. I would, as much time as you put in, nobody disrespects you on my page. As much time Chef comes in, nobody disrespects
But I
Chef.
don't have beef with anybody on your page.
Okay, but that's fine. Like, all I'm saying is asking you to set a standard.
I'm asking you and him to deal with your personal problems outside of my channel. Okay, I told y'all this before, and y'all said y'all was gonna do it. Listen, I don't got time for y'all going back and forth. Get busy.
Why you think
as far as I'm concerned, nobody got hurt yet, so I don't take none of y'all serious.
Why do you think it seems like that? You keep saying it seems like nobody thinks that it seems like you don't protect your wife or your
right. Who said that?
Ask any of the women up here, do they think we know what Daryl doing? It's funny, like, but it ain't real. It's on YouTube, man. Like his words.
It gets. I'm just.
We not looking at you like that, E Black. We laughing, but we're not looking at you like that.
Hold on. I want to say something to Jen, like, and everybody on the panel before I go. What's up, Jen? I just want to say one thing. Cause shout out to Hanifa. Ever since that conversation with Mayad and Hanifa and the thing that happened with Terry, my kids has been brought up. People have said I put stuff from
I ain't brought your kids up. Stop the cap, man.
Everybody gotta let people speak, man. Get off your chest, man. Everybody just get off your chest. So we
I have video proof. I have video proof, right? And this is why I posted the Hanifa video saying thank you to Hanifa, because it was taken out of context to try to say, well, Daryl hate all black women. Daryl is an Afro community activist from a university. He hate black women. Hanifa, being a black woman who is smart, you know what I'm saying, who also, I believe, is also religious, she was the one who broke it down and said, I understood where Daryl was coming from, considering the fact that he had to fight for his child. I've been called a Pookie, a Ray Ray, all that different stuff. I have custody of my kids. I'm on no child support. You know what I'm saying? People were saying I live in the Detroit Housing House, the Detroit projects, even though I stay 2 hours away from Detroit and I drive a fucking AMG Benz, right? So my whole point is, just like King said, it's been, even when I'm not on the panel, there's so many shots thrown at Daryl. Daryl is this. There's people exploring options, destroying the black community. But then when I come up and I say whatever I say, there's a problem. And people do talk about my family. I said the same thing about Anton. Anton said he knew where my family at. But then when I go to war, it's a problem. And this is the last thing I'm gonna say before I leave the panel and the chat. I am not a Christian. When I go to war, I'm going to destroy whatever I need to destroy. I don't care about morals. I don't care about going to hell. None of that means nothing to me. If you decided you want to make me a target, and I decide I'm about to make you a target, do not come to me and say, well, please, here are the rules of engagement. This is how we can attack each other. No, I'm going to destroy you however I choose to. If that means I got to go to your family, if I got to go to your grandma, I'm going to go get whoever I need to go get. I'm from Detroit. That's how we play it. I don't give about none of that. So when it comes to this young man,
from 2 hours outside that shit.
Yeah, listen, that doesn't matter. Listen, this is what I don't understand. My thing is, this is what killed me. Hey, then please talk.
Peace, brothers. I love all y'all.
Don't leave, Daryl. Now, man. Don't leave, Daryl.
Don't leave. Listen. This is what I'm trying to get at. At the end of the day, this is killing me right now. Because, if it's that serious, I would not be around that man. Because it's only going to lead to one thing with me. If I really feel like that man is really disrespecting me, men only respect consequences, E Black. So leave it alone. because you're gonna end up in jail, or you're gonna look crazy, or get a heart attack because you're stressing something that you can't control. Because I'm not gonna control it. Let me tell you why I'm not gonna stop it. Because you have to learn how to ignore people like that, or you're gonna have issues in the future. Serious issues. You mean to tell me you think as your page grows, no one's gonna say worse to you about her? You tell me. Let me. Why is
Black. If you never said a
why is it
response ever,
why,
I think we will respect you more.
right?
Like right now, you
Why is it?
losing
Why is it?
respect.
You
Like
mean
you
you mean
never
to tell me?
said
Yo, hold on,
nothing.
hold on. Oh, hold on.
Yeah.
You mean to tell me the guys that you look up to, Martin Luther King, doing the marches, they got spit on, they got pissed on, they got cursed at, and you mean to tell me you worrying about words? They got holes, but you worrying about words. And then here's my only problem with you, E, because you're not wrong. You should be mad that he's talking about your wife, right? But here's my problem with you. You throw little shots at him, and you wanna manage how he returns his shots.
Yeah.
If I hit somebody, they might shoot me. You understand that? When I hit somebody, it's a chance he might shoot me. You can't just say, "Oh, I hit you, you hit me back."
Facts.
The only
Can I
thing
say something, please?
go ahead, go ahead.
Can I
You
interject
and
if
Jen,
that's
you and Jen talk because the ladies will talk.
okay? So there's a couple of things that I just want to just say to Daryl and E Black. So, Mr. O, I do disagree with you. You might find it funny, but I don't want us to minimize E Black's feelings or reaction to what's happening. And I don't let me finish. But I also want to say that King is right. If I pinch you, I don't get to determine whether you slap me or knock me out simply because I pinched you. You don't get to determine the reaction of someone. But I do want to say this, that this is actually a demonstration of what we were talking about earlier, as far as getting on one accord towards collective mission. So at the end of the day, we had a conversation going. I'm cheering the brothers on because you guys are building and all of that, right? At some point, we have to decide within ourselves, and this is for all of us, that the mission has to be bigger than the mess. It has to be, because we're watching the comment section and everyone is getting elevated by the conversation, and everyone is commenting and saying, I love this conversation and so forth. And then there's a derailment that now happens that completely shifts the entire energy of the conversation. We have been down this road enough time to be able to safeguard against this at this point. We've had enough practice to be able to do so. So what do I mean when I say that? Whether it's E Black and Darrell, whether it's Chef and Mr. O, these conflicts are going to come up because we are human beings. They happen. But you have to be able to say, what is the mission here? What is the outcome we're hoping to have for this conversation? And that has to become bigger than whatever little mess we have going on. That stuff can wait because there's something that's happening. People are getting elevated in their consciousness. People are being built up. People are getting educated. And that has to matter more than whatever mess we have going on. It has to. So at some point, we have to decide which is more important. Because this conversation...
No, Hanifa, no disrespect. Yes. What he said to me was, he questioned my leadership because his wife is bigger than my show. And he's asking, no, Hanifa, he's right. His wife is bigger than my show because that's his wife. But to me, my show is bigger than everything, right? So that's why you can't let me adopt your struggle. That's not my struggle. Because the way I would have handled D is different from the way you would have handled D. And you can't bring that on me. You can't put that on me because I'm not. He told me, I'm telling you, he wanted you out. I said no, and I'm not kicking you out. So why y'all got to figure it out? If y'all don't figure it out, then okay, then me and Chef just keep riding to the sunset, or whoever wants to stay. I'm not picking sides with men.
Can I say something?
Go ahead, Jen.
Sure, go ahead, Jen.
Hey, everybody.
Hello, Jen.
Hey,
Hi.
Queen.
Good to see everybody. I wanted to say that everyone has a point, but the point is not bigger than the show, right? I personally don't think it's funny going at somebody's wife, but I'm not looking at anybody sideways that does think it's funny, right? I'm here to share. I'm here to learn. I'm here with everybody. I've been through these things, but I think with Daryl and E Black, it's oil and water, and it's always been. So I think by now, at this point, after this amount of time, we're expecting the back and forth, and we're expecting them to be used to it. Quite honestly, I just wanted to say, E Black, I'm not looking at you like you don't care for your wife or you wouldn't defend your wife. I just know between you and Daryl, this is what happens. But I don't think anyone's looking at you like, hey, ain't you gonna stand up for your wife? Because I'm certainly not. I'm like, okay, Daryl and E Black are just doing their thing. And that's the thing, that you guys are already known for this back and forth. That's why none of us are taking it seriously. Like, I hope nobody's even in the comments like kids like, ooh, because it's honestly what you guys do on here. Right. So I don't look at it like, oh, look what Daryl said or look what E Black said. Because E Black, you throw in snide remarks. You do the sarcasm. You know what I'm saying? You're condescending. So, but my religion, as you guys know, I'm not religious, but my religion is what King said. If I don't care if you poke me on the shoulder, if I come back at you with a sledgehammer, do not complain, because you don't get to insult me and then also instruct me on how to reciprocate or
Facts.
respond or react. That is my religion. So I just wanted to say it's all love
But
for
like I
you,
said,
show.
if
Honey,
if you're doing it in my house, I'm gonna be like, look, put that sledgehammer down, y'all fight it out. There's going like if in my house, in your house, you can't say, hey, you poked her in the eye, and then he go pick up a gun. You ain't gonna be like, hey, well, you did poke her in the
No,
eye. This is in your
Did I
house.
say,
Can I respond to my king? Let me
did I,
respond to that.
be
That's
honest,
okay.
Be
Can I
honest,
respond to that?
Be honest. Sorry, Jim, be honest, Did I not tell y'all should go and arrange to get a flight and come to New York and duke it out?
But you know he's not doing that. He
How you
already
know?
backed out. He backed out in 24
So when he
hours.
backed out, then that means he didn't want to do it. So why don't you leave it alone?
Can
I've
I just
been
say
leaving it
something?
alone, but it's like it gets to the point to where I'm looking at the show that I'm on for constantly 3 hours a day, and every single show, my wife get brought up in the comment
That's a lie
section.
because 2 shows ago y'all had a great argument. And y'all didn't curse at each other. I give
Okay,
that.
okay, all right, all
Can I
right.
respond to E Black? I just want to respond to E Black before Mr. O goes. E Black, you're absolutely right. What would happen in your house is different. What would happen in my house is different. I would be like, don't disrespect X, Y, and Z in my house. But this
Right.
is King's house. This is King's house. And I understand you put a lot of time here, but you have to understand we're all volunteering our time. No one's getting paid. We're all volunteering to be here. And if you don't like it here, then you'd have to remove yourself or just ignore Daryl. I honestly don't think it's a big thing because it's oil. You guys are oil and water. That's what you guys are. So either you're gonna ignore him entirely when you're up here and do you, or you're gonna continue to get into it. He's gonna talk about your wife every 2-3 days.
So why don't you just? Well, here's my thing. He's talking about you in the chat room. I didn't even see it, but my thing is, why do you think that you can tell a man what to do?
All I did was ask you.
Not me. I'm talking about him. Why do you
Him.
feel like you can tell a man what to
All
do?
I don't. He can do whatever he feels like. But all
Right.
I'm saying is that to the person whose channel I'm on,
Right.
hey, we have to clean this up because it looks crazy.
To who?
It looks crazy to the people who talk to me and say, "Hey,
Actually, no, it doesn't because
no,
it doesn't look
no.
crazy because what happened is the numbers went up.
okay,
It doesn't look crazy. So who does it look crazy to? Say to you. I just want you to say I am personally affected by it, and I want everybody to feel my struggle. Just say that, and I'll stop him. Say that.
okay." All
Say that. No,
I
say it hurts me and my relationship with my wife, and I want everybody to understand my pain, and I want you to stop it.
no.
Say that.
All I'm saying, like I said, all I'm saying is this: I spend a lot of time here,
Right.
and as a man that
And I'm
spends a lot
grateful.
of time here, and I like this place.
Right.
I also just ask, hey, we got to clean it up a little, because just like if he was talking about a woman,
He
how ugly
hasn't
she,
though.
but all I'm saying though is the same premise, is that if somebody from the outside was to come in and talk about somebody else in this place, it would be an immediate repercussion. And all I'm saying is that, hey, respect my manhood as much as, because obviously he's throwing his rocks and hiding his hands.
It's crazy. No, you're doing the same thing. You know,
Oh,
it's y'all both doing the same thing.
right.
You know what's crazy? The crazy
No,
thing is,
the thing is like I would.
I said this to y'all backstage. I said this to y'all. I said, listen, y'all two could do whatever y'all want. Y'all could fight. But if anybody picks on us, we got to fight together. I said that to y'all.
But
But then he
King is
goes and gets
saying
us.
I said that to
But
y'all.
then he goes. But
saying
then he.
Hey,
But see, that's
let's go
not
to the
true,
next
because.
topic, man.
But
Next
that's
topic.
not. But that's not
I want to
true.
apologize to Hanifa for what I said, how it made you feel.
Thank
I
you,
didn't mean to come
Nicole.
across that way as
Bro, you
like
said
it's
you was
funny. It's
leaving
not
anyway.
funny that his wife has been made. I was coming from a barbershop locker room perspective. We call it ranking out here, Jones, and Daryl just he better at roasting than E Black is, and it's just funny. Like when he do like the Armani Price post, and like that's funny, but. I don't about I never the first thing I said was E Black, your manhood is not in question. I ain't never looked like E Black less of a man because Derek clowned him about our money. Like no, it's
No, it's
just
not about the Armani.
guys
I don't
do
care
we've
about the
always
Armani.
done this behind closed
Yo,
doors.
so let me
Let's
ask you a
just move
question.
on, man.
Mr.
Damn.
O, Mr.
Yeah.
O, do you really think he's gonna kill this man because he talked about his wife?
No, it ain't
So what are
real.
we
This ain't
talking
a
about here?
threat. This is not an imminent threat.
King, can I just say this? Because I feel like, yeah, this is the thing. E Black and Daryl King has said numerous times that he's had the conversation.
Okay.
King is simply saying, I don't want mud thrown in my house. That's all he's saying, because
Okay.
I don't want my
Okay.
floors dirty. So, as two grown men, right? It doesn't matter if someone threw a brick or someone threw mud. As two grown men, you guys got to respect his house and simply say, okay, King, we will not throw mud at each other as long as we are in your house. I don't understand why we can't do that and just move on.
I don't
No,
know either.
y'all. I want the same energy.
My
Because
thing is
my petty is
my
super
big issue
petty.
is because you say I'm the leader, but you're talking over me. My big issue is at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, I don't owe anybody anything. The only thing I tell everybody when they do this show, I'm going to do cross promotions and try to get your subscribers up so you can get monetized. But I'm not paying anybody. You are doing me a favor, E Black. I come here every day consistently since we started, but it benefits you as well. It benefits everybody. Let's not play these games. So at the end of the day, it benefits Darrell. It benefits me. It benefits chefs. But we gotta really be honest. Stop letting this man get to you, man, because
Okay.
other people are gonna attack you for the same thing. I'm just
Okay.
telling you.
Okay. Okay.
Be
No,
strong about that.
all I'm saying, if everybody's clear on this, nothing can be done. Nothing's gonna be said. So when I start going jugular, I don't want anybody saying, "Hey, Christian, man, chill out," because like, all I asked was just a request.
Look at this. Look at this.
Wow.
Look, let me show you something. They
Wow.
said, damn, me and Darrell must be effing, right? And guess what happens? You know how I take it? That was corny. Over. Over. I don't feel nothing.
Okay.
I don't feel
Okay.
nothing because I know it's not true.
Okay.
I know it's not true. Let me do it again. Let me show you how easy it is. King and Darrell must be fucking.
Yeah, I think it's funny.
It's not true.
E Black, is your wife
That's
offended?
fine. No, that's fine. No, that's fine. All I asked for was just a simple
And
standard.
yeah,
If that request is denied, that's fine.
it's not denied. I'm not denying anything. I'm just saying if you really cared about my show, you would have ignored him and dealt with him afterwards.
You know he'd leave it.
You have his number?
I'm not calling no buster.
Why not? Why you not calling him?
Because he's a buster, so he can
Okay,
curse
so
it.
you can waste my
So
time
he
before I
can.
waste your time.
Right.
No. All I'm saying is
You can
done.
waste my time before I waste
I'm
your
done.
time.
I'm done. We can continue on with the next topic.
All right, let's go to the next topic, man, because this is crazy because I don't understand. Oh man. gut feelings and your intuition. Hannibal, his computer was acting up. He had to leave. Bolo had to leave too.
On
But
Chef's page, we'll be smoking sage and doing naked yoga.
yo, you crazy. Yo, Chef is crazy, Chef.
Coming.
Yeah, I'm going to your page. I need that. But anyway, let me just read the definition of gut feeling. We're going to keep this like real quick, 10, 15 minutes, and then end this show, man. But I just hope everybody understands, man. And I made this very clear. I did not come here to make friends. I came here to get monetized and get paid and make an impact on my community. I made that very clear. So that at any time anybody wants to leave because they feel uncomfortable, please leave. I appreciate everything you did for me. We know certain people are not here anymore. It's all right, because at the end of the day, the number one thing is do me a favor. If you're not here to help me get money and help you get money, what are we doing this for? What are we doing this for? Because if you wanted to spread the good news, go to your backyard and scream out loud. We're on YouTube. I'm not here to be friends with people. I'm not. I'm really not. I just met everybody 6 weeks ago. Try me. Try me. How much work did you put in 6 weeks? I get it, but Chef could say the same thing. Darrell could say the same thing. What are we talking about here? Darrell, you know I told you that what you're doing. I even typed on your thing. That's immature. Don't do that. Focus on getting monetized. You find it funny, you want to do it, go ahead, brother. Just please, let's keep it cool so I can get monetized and keep it going. I got monetized. You want to do what you want to do it. But what's going to happen is, as this show goes further and the level of disrespect and question of my authority or my leadership, the restructuring is still in place. The restructuring is still in place. Because I know me, if someone disrespected someone I love, I'm leaving them alone and anything they're associated with. So clearly this show is bigger than what you think it is. I would have left. So you got a decision to make.
Right. You're right.
That's it.
Did he leave?
Yeah, he left. What can I do?
Finally.
I can't
Shout out to the fourth horseman, Willie Dean.
Why you leave?
That's it. What can I do? Listen, man. I'm gonna have to change the thumbnail. This is the last show of E Black. Unfortunately, he lost. He lost a mental game to Darrell.
And trick him. That was a trick.
I don't know what to say.
He'll come back.
Nah, he can't come back. He can't come back.
Like that.
He can't not leave him like that because basically you're transferring liability to me. That's your problem, not my problem or everybody's problem on here. That's his problem. He got to defend his family.
Yikes.
Damn.
Well, I want to say thanks to Jen and everybody that's here. You know what I'm saying? I absolutely love the garden. I love everybody on this panel. This panel looks great now. I mean,
you just taking
great looking people up here.
Man, stop.
No, he fell for the like the thing is he fell for the oldest trick in the book. That's all Darrell wanted to do, and he fell for that.
It's a trick.
Anyway, y'all have a good night. My channel never cease to amaze me. There's always Hanifa, there's always something new that happens in my
We didn't even get to the
we didn't even get to the topic.
Man.
I might change the thumbnail. This is
I was
crazy.
trying to see where you was going with this.
I had a good what happened?
You didn't get to the topic at all?
No.
He was going somewhere, he was building on it.
I was building, so I built to the topic and this shit just went whoop.
Damn.
Oh man, but you know I should trust my intuition or my gut feelings. I should have never had this show. You know what I mean? Oh man, this is crazy. Oh man.
That feeling.
No, I'm not feeling bad. I'm just saying, like, to me, and it's the honest truth. What he did was, because he can't do nothing to that man. No, and I'm not saying he can't do it because he could physically fight. E Black could fight, right? But because he's not gonna fly to Detroit or wherever he lives to hurt that man, he wanted to put it on me to shoot the gun. And that's corny. That's corny. He really fell for the oldest trick in the book. I'm gonna frustrate you, talk about the only thing that you love every day until you quit.
They do it in the workplace every day. They do it in the workplace every day, man. It's too easy.
Like
Look, don't nobody come after me like that, because I will bring up your dead grandmama in her grave. Don't nobody come after me like that.
We know, Jen. We know.
Jen.
That's my girl. That's my girl.
No, but
We know, Jen.
but the thing is, it's like, damn, son, D, come on, Darrell, you know.
Darrell, why you doing like that, man?
Yeah, Darrell, you did him dirty.
You want to know the real answer, Mr. O, is because I said this since the first conversation. Let me say two things. I told King, had this man never been on the show, there would be no beef on this show. If the fourth horseman was Willie Dean, there would be no beef. There would be no going back to the Lapeef Network, talking to Anton and Chicago Gorilla about our private conversations. There would be nobody talking about women taste like soy sauce and then making an apology with my baby mama and my 1-year-old daughter in the video to try to take it out of context, right? And continuously taking it out of context. And I'm like, Jen, do not come for me unless I sent for you, because when I do, I'm coming with all hell raised. I'm not the one. And as far as, internet stuff and real life stuff, this is the reason why, because he said I didn't accept the fight. No, I didn't like the fact that he was trying to get King to sponsor it, because I work like this. If I'm the United States of America and King is whatever country and I'm at war with E Black, if you finance that man and go to war with me, now we enemies, because you just financed my destruction. So what I said was, I will accept any repercussion, but I need you to go to war on your own. And King said the same thing in a different way. I need you to get busy, and then we'll get busy. And on this platform, as far as the numbers, every time something like this happens, we have 60, 80 people watching. This conversation get brought up, 120, 130. Every single time.
We had 90 with the positive conversation, though. We had 90. I ain't going front, man.
And that's why I said I wish the conversation didn't go this far. I wish we would have just kept going with the topic, because as y'all said, man, at the end of the day, this is something that happened every show.
But you
couldn't, because you was in the comments going hard.
No, you was going crazy in the comments though, but that's it was just crazy, because I saw a lot of character flaws when you telling people, look how much work I put in for you, and I need all the models to get to their job. Like, hold up, are you paying Overboy Linsky?
Right, he gave you some instructions.
Right, but at the end of the day, you were wrong, D. I never said it publicly. I'm saying publicly that you was wrong by talking about his wife like that. But I'm not going to do that to you, because you're my brother. So I'm going to tell you to the side, like, yo, son, you could have done that.
I apologize to all of y'all.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But I'm not that type of guy to do it from the stage like that. I'm not gonna do that. But listen,
Can I say something about the chat? Something that I find annoying. Let me say this. This show is, and I may be biased, but this show is one of the dopest shows I've ever been on and lasted this long. I've been on a lot of channels and I'm like, nope, whack, 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 stupid, whack, ignorant, whack, whack, negative, whack, toxic, whack. This show is dope for so many reasons, because of the people that participate. So for everybody like, this is low vibrational, let's move on. Why did this happen here? Let me tell you something. This rarely happens here. There's a good group of people, the men and the women. Everybody holds it down. Everybody supports everybody. King is trying to put everybody on for real, not like them other channels. So if you're stressed or triggered by one incident where there's some, back and forth and some discourse, then remove yourself. Because I think now we're exaggerating, like, oh my God, look what happened here today. This show is usually dope every damn day, every damn time. When it's just the women, it's dope. So let's not exaggerate. This happens. This happens with families. This happens with your relationship. This happens in marriages. This shit happens. This happens. So I'm like, let's not exaggerate. Like, oh my God, what happened here today? The same thing that happens with you and your man. The same thing that happens with you and your mother. The same thing that happens with you and your cousin. This shit happens. And then we move on. And then tomorrow's going to be a dope show with the ladies. And then the day after that is going to be a dope show on Chef's page. And the day after that is going to be a dope show on Daryl's page. Like,
who on Tuesday?
Shout out my page.
Who won Tuesday?
Mr. O's page. Tuesday is the ladies, right?
No, the E-Black has 7 to 9, but who want that slot? Because this is crazy. At the end of the day, like, it's sad, man.
No.
It's sad because you can't let someone trick you out your spot.
Is it Three Musketeers now?
I'm giving. No, it's still the 4 horsemen.
So you need one more.
He just. You know, he's. You know, but the rail played chess with him. He got him out his spot. Lesson learned. Let no one trick you out this spot.
Can we have Mr. O as a substitute?
Right. Yeah. I like Mr. O too.
Yes.
I don't know anybody that.
Hanifa, how would you have handled this?
I'm actually I was gonna say something so I can come off of the stage, but I mean, I'm not going to tell men how to handle men business, right? Because I understand that you guys think different than me, right? And you guys deal with stuff different than me. So I am not even going to attempt to tell you how I would have done it. I'm a woman. You guys are men, right? So I'm not getting into that. And also, this is your house, right, King? So you decide what the rules are and the functionality of the house and so forth. I agree with Jen as well. We can move on from this, and we usually do. But I wanted to say to you before I come off is that tonight was a pretty dope conversation.
Right.
This is just like 30 minutes of 2.5 hours or so. I mean, it has been a really elevating conversation. So I don't want you to say I regret having the show. It was really dope, to be honest. It just happened that it got derailed, and then we have to deal with this. But what do you do when there's a mess in your house? You have to clean it up. And that's it. So I don't want you to actually start to beat you, because I know how you can get. It was a dope conversation.
Right.
For those that was here from the beginning, I think they would agree. It just kind of went left at some point, but you can always bring it right. You can always bring it back to the center at some point.
You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy, Hanifa? I always say I believe in homeostasis, and I use it for our garden. Everything comes back to its normal place, and I'm not the one to kick anybody off. You have to leave, but once you leave, you can't come back. And the sad part is, as we go further, this is going to get better and bigger. Yes. And then now you're going to realize that you got tricked out your spot.
Tricked. Oh.
And you know, Mr. O wants that spot. You got other people that want that spot. The show goes on. Yeah.
I'm gonna go. Oh my God. I just want to say to all the men who participated in the conversation today, respect, salute. I am proud of you guys for having such an elevated conversation. And even though it got intense with Bolo and so forth, there was still building happening. Right. So I just want to say to you guys, good job. You know what I'm saying? I love to see Black men building, even if they don't always agree. It's a beautiful thing to see, and to be able to sit on the panel with you guys and not feel disrespected or pushed aside, to be acknowledged. I definitely honor you guys, and I just want to let y'all know that. And I'm going to go ahead and say good night and respect to everyone on the panel.
All right.
Hanifa, we cool?
It's all love. Trust me, it's all love. Yes.
Yeah, I saved that topic for another day. Everybody, you have a good night. Sorry, Michael. I apologize for that. My apologies. My boy, 1, 2, 3 kid. I apologize for that. And I just hope don't let nobody trick you out your spot. And Tish Taylor, I'm not his brother. I met these guys 6 weeks ago. We're helping each other to win on YouTube. My friend on this is Willie Dean. I knew him for close to 20 years, college. Everybody's here. It's a symbiotic relationship. I'm not. But what I am though is I'm not going to pick sides. I'm not.
This
I don't have
actually
to.
kind of ties into the topic that we didn't speak on because like this is example of like our culture that we're
Right,
like competitive people.
right,
And that's one of the main reasons why we can't come together on things. We got the most options out of any other culture. There's choices of religion or race or how we religion or groups, you know, like there's so many options. Even the fraternities, like other fraternities were created out of competition
right.
with other members of said fraternity. You know, we're the most competitive. We are like this by nature, and that's one of our
But
biggest
people,
downfalls.
Tish Taylor was the one that told me and Darrell that we were having sex, right?
Yeah,
And I still responded to her respectfully because I don't know her. She doesn't have she doesn't have a picture, an avatar. I don't know who she is. I don't care. You know
yeah,
why I don't care? Because I know in real life I get busy
right.
in real life. So I don't care what people say about me. And my mother always
I
says,
never care.
my mother said, she said, whatever you do on your show, I don't care. Mao, she calls me Mao. Mao, just don't disrespect women. That's all I ask of you.
Yo, King, can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, brother, and we out.
Just real quick, man. I mean, I feel you coming from, you come from an angle of being a man, like man gotta hash things out, but you also call yourself a king. You know what I mean? And kings bring peace, they bring order. And you are about your YouTube channel, which I respect. Now, I come from a family of disorder, not necessarily disorder, when I say that like that, but a lot of emotional stuff where people are quick to anger. And I think the thing is that you have a lot of people out there who may watch this channel and they want to escape from all that chaos they live in, right? And they might keep their channel, and you always have some dope topics, but then they see this, and they might be like, this is some stupid, N word ish." You know what I mean? I understand you coming from, but even in the sense of building out your platform, if you're that person from, whatever hood, and you showing people a different light, insight, perspective, they'd be like, "Oh crap! If you could do that, now I gotta start listening." But when they see this, that might derail them. So you are
Hmm.
cutting off the demographics you can reach, and a
Right.
lot of black people we need that, man. So you could have had an episode about coming together. You talk about black this, black that, and you have literally two examples of two people who can't come together. So when you said it's not on me to bring the truth, blah blah, well that's an angle. Let's have an episode where it's just you, Darrell Darrell, and E Black, and y'all come up with solutions. All right, he did you foul by talking about your wife, blah blah. He did you foul by talking about your children, whatever, right? How do we come together as men? Because those two are microcosmic of the things that are going on today. So how can we talk about solutions and other stuff for black people in other contexts, but we can't do it right in our own home or in your home? This is not my home, but you know what I mean, in your own home. Just something for you to consider, because that's
Oh,
gonna.
what I wanted to say earlier on 1, 2, 3 Kid, like where we didn't get take the conversations, like even throughout history, men who didn't agree on things and like didn't have like-minded ideals still were able to come together to do what was beneficial for the evolution of the community. If we need to build a bridge to get over this body of water, it don't matter if we like each other, if we disagree on
Oh,
what our we
yeah,
gonna get the work done
I agree with you,
to
but
advance.
here's the thing,
And
though.
like so,
Well,
if
yeah, but
that's how,
you both are right. But here's what I have to understand: this is all volunteer. I promise you, if they had just been patient and let me get to the promised land where I could pay them, they would
right,
have kept quiet. But because I can't
right.
provide for them so they can provide for their family, I'm not telling a man what to do. You see, it's easy to say I'm supposed to bring order and peace, and you're 100%, brother. I get that. But the only way for grown men to listen to another grown man, that man has to be able to provide some source of income, and
And hold on,
I'm on a journey to that.
and hold on, because King, they being disingenuous. They being disingenuous because you did control this. Let me this I gotta break this down because anybody who's saying that King did not try to control this, please go to the episode before Chicago Rilla came in. Right? He controlled it then, and then King called me personally and said, "Don't say nothing." On that Chicago Rilla show, I did not say a thing about this man, about his wife, about nothing. And I didn't even get a chance to talk because Chicago Rilla and King was talking. Right? At the end of the show, he basically begged Rilla for attention to try to stunt on me with Armani, and that's what King said. Well, I guess you done brought it out the bag again because I had got this man to be quiet. Hours had went by before this man took a single shot at you, but now you want to bring it back up. And I'm the kind of person like this because I've been saying this to King since day one. You big homie. Whatever you say, go. So if you tell me to go right, I'm going right as far as our interactions together. So when King asked me, you know what? I want you to do the show. I don't want you to say nothing. I did that while I was bringing Chicago Rilla in to talk to King. You feel me? I didn't say nothing that whole episode. But at the end of the episode, like Mr. O was talking about, the Armani statement happened, right? Because somebody wanted to try to make me look broke, like I stay in the Detroit projects, even though I by far have the most expensive vehicle. And I'm not going to talk about nothing else, but I know for a fact I got at least 120 sitting in assets that I can go sell right now. So at the end of the day, it was like, you keep bringing up small different stuff, but you don't want King to shut you up when you talk about the Detroit housing projects, but you want him to shut me up. And that's the problem that I think that King has, is you want him to say, well, he's not being a leader. You wasn't saying that when you was getting your shots off, or even this 1, 2, 3 kid, after everything happened in that situation, I let it go. And then I come on the show at 1,000 subscribers. When King get to 1,000, we're going to take more shots at Daryl, more shots, right? And that's why I said, damn, that's crazy because I just let it go, like King and Chef and everybody had asked me to, right? But when that happened, and this is where, like, you know, I had that was the only animosity I had towards Chef, because I felt like when he said that, nobody said anything, and me and Chef has worked that out now. You know what I'm saying? Like, everything cool.
Y'all don't remember when King was like, E Black, was you talking about, because Hannibal and Daryl said the same thing. Why you just single out Daryl? And he was like, no, I'm talking to Daryl. I'm like, oh, it's up now.
You see what I'm saying?
And that's what I'm saying, Mr. O.
It's up now. So yeah.
Okay, so and I'm not coming at King saying he's not a leader. That's not what I'm coming
No,
at.
I know you're not saying that, brother. I know I
I'm
love
just
each
saying
other.
it in a sense of like, because Darrell, right? Even in your sense that if he's coming at you, is there any way that you guys, just in private, because I hear what you be talking about, and I was listening to an episode yesterday before I went out running. It was the one where, y'all talking about, oh my Lord, y'all talking about something with Black. This is you and E Black, and I think that was the one you actually had a good conversation. No one really was killing each other like that.
Right. Yeah, two nights ago. Yeah.
So y'all may not agree. Y'all may not even like each other personally, right? But if y'all talking about building a network where not just King can benefit, but people going to start going to your channel. People going to go to E Black's channel, whatever, right? And be like, yo, I rock with King. Oh, yo, Daryl mess with? Oh, now I got to go to Darrell's channel. And you have different perspectives. You talk about cameras. You talk about different topics each and every day. And I'm not saying just use as a business, but y'all got to think above this. This ish is corny. It is corny. I'm not picking on you. I'm saying from both of y'all. If y'all disagree, y'all need to come together and talk. Look, no more talking about my wife. No more talking about this. We cool. It's all love. I ain't coming to fight you, whatever. We may not agree with each other. We can even have heated debates. But on the show, no little attacks, because we're trying to build something here, man. Y'all really, bro, there are hundreds of thousands of people who want to check out channels like this. Y'all have to galvanize them, bro. And then y'all get paid. Then y'all don't even have to work. Y'all see people on YouTube, 600, 700K subscribers, bro. But y'all, the continuity here is broken. Every other episode, someone's fighting. And I mean, look at the title. The titles are dope. Y'all have dope conversations, then it turns into this trash. This is corny. You can't talk. I'm not coming at you, Darrell, but y'all can't be talking about white man this, white man that. Y'all can't even get together to freaking talk for 2 hours. It ain't the white man that be breaking us down. It's us. We do it to our effing selves, bro. This shit is effing corny, man. Damn, y'all.
That's what I wanted to talk about. Why do we have this competitive nature as a culture? We can't get around it.
Up here that be doing y'all shows. Y'all got so many angles of going. Y'all got people that be filming this damn a week of content, and it turns into this shit. God, I don't want to hear nothing about no damn white people, son. Stop with that shit. We do it to ourselves, bro. God damn, son. I apologize, bro, but this shit is so fucking.
We're competitive by nature. I don't know why, but we are.
This shit is cool. We the same black people. We talk about gang this, gang that. A white person come to our neighborhood, open a coffee shop, gentrify the shit. But we kill ourselves because of colors, man. This shit is, it's just so fucking corny, man. Stop.
Yeah,
God
we flex
damn,
on
son.
each other.
Y'all need to know both E Black, Darrell. I know y'all talking about reconcile that shit, talk with each other, and build. Because you know what, Darrell? That's how you get over the hump of like, you know what? I don't agree with this dude. I don't really fuck with him like that, but I could build with him. If I'm messing with King's channel, I could build with him. We could do something. Y'all can have a
I ain't gonna front. Wait, 1, 2, 3, kid. Everything you said is right, but it's an episode too late because everything you said is cool, but he's gone now. So now we get to see if Darrell is a troublemaker or not.
I was just about to say that.
Because now,
cam up again.
Because now he doesn't have anybody to argue with now, right? So now we're going to be on the trajectory that you want us to be on, right? Because really and truly, I get what you're saying. We're supposed to set the example and we're supposed to galvanize people. But now that's gone.
No,
now
it's
let's keep it peaceful from now on. Not everybody's going to make it.
You know what makes a king great? When you do the impossible, bro. When you do the impossible, it sounds corny as hell, but that's
No,
what
you're right.
So I'm not saying you do it on here or whatever, but you devise a way to get two brothers who don't fuck with each other to fuck with each other for your channel, pause, whatever, right? That's when people are like, oh, that's a real king right there. He knows how to bring people together. That's wisdom right there, right? You know how to resolve conflict. You have a platform where y'all talk about resolving conflict, and y'all can't do it on a microcosmic level.
Yeah, but you know what's crazy though? We resolving conflict on a communal level, but at the end of the day, two individuals felt that their personal problem was bigger than the community, right? So what happens is the only way to solve that, honestly, is not causing peace, right? It's sometimes the removal. And I kept quiet, and he removed himself because you don't understand. That man was feeling a lot of pressure from his wife. That decision he made, he chose his family over this, and he's supposed to do that.
Can I say something? Because now first of all, I want to read Juana Washington's comment. The answer to why it's a competitive culture is because we are not the same. Stop acting like we are. We all come from different tribes and cultures. Africans have always fought. Accept this fact.
That's a fact.
I think we're confusing the word king with dictator, because what 1, 2, 3 is asking king to do is be a dictator. You get along with this guy no matter what. You get along with this guy no matter what, because that's what I want on my page. That's dictatorship. That's not a king. I think King handled it. I think King handled it well. These are grown men. He's not a babysitter. These aren't children.
Bro. I didn't say nothing about no dictatorship.
Let me finish.
I'm sorry.
Then you can rebut. Let me finish and you can rebut. It's the same thing when I get into it, or I got into it with a woman or women on the panel. I wasn't expecting King to jump in the middle of that and say, you get along with her and you get along with her. Either we were going to figure it out or someone was going to exit. And that is how I handled it. And that is how the other woman handled it. But you can't come on somebody's panel and say, King, you need to X, Y, and Z. I wouldn't allow that on my page. I'm sure you wouldn't allow that on your page. So let's not confuse the word king with dictator, because now you're making King a parent, a dictator. Daryl, you get along with E Black, and E Black, you better get along with Daryl when you're on my page. Like, what are we talking about right now?
And the thing that killed me, the thing that killed me, 1, 2, 3, kid. And thank you for respecting Jen, because that's your man.
I didn't mean to speak.
No. You respect her. I said it, and I said thank you for that. But my thing is this: what he did is try to question me in front of everybody.
Right.
That was corny. That was the real issue. He tried to make up. He thought I cared about public opinion because the first time he was going to get kicked off the show, the community brought him back because I wanted him out. I wanted E Black out a long time ago, but because the community wanted him back, I kept quiet. And I worked professionally with him, and I realized he's actually a good guy. He's a funny guy. He's a smart guy. He's a good guy. But when you try to make me go against something I created, then it's not going to work out for you. Everybody that has tried to have people within this thing I created go against me, they're not here anymore. I don't have to say their names. You're going to look around. They're not here anymore. Because you're being loyal to people that you don't really know. Let's not like we gotta treat. If you want to treat this like a rulership, then treat it like a rulership. That means people are expendable. People are expendable. 1, 2, 3. No one, no one, no one is bigger than the channel.
I don't disagree with you, King. And just to clarify, I never said anything about no dictator. I said
I know.
problem solver, right? The best kings are people who don't have to tell you that they're king, right?
Right.
People just galvanize around them like, nah, that's the leader right there, and you don't have to say anything. So I don't know where that dictator thing came from. The African thing, I have no idea what that came from. Both E Black and Darrell Long have identified themselves as, you know, so-called black men, whatever you want to take that for. So there's a commonality in some of the experiences they shared. And so when I talked about us warring needlessly, that was the point. I'm not talking about African, what's the names? I'm Nigerian. And we have all that war, whatever now has led to corruption in my country. So war is not necessarily good when it doesn't have to be, right? Or it doesn't have to be. All I'm saying is that for people, for something as stupid as this, as name calling. Now, granted, if the guy doesn't want to come back to the channel, that's it. But what I'm trying to say is that when you can have solutions and resolutions that prove like, yo, this channel is legit, you're literally solving a problem on your channel, people are going to look at it and have a newfound respect for you.
Absolutely. No,
And
I want to say something before I get out of here real quick.
1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, let me say one. You're right, but I just
Yeah,
want you to keep in consideration 1, 2, 3. We're only 6 weeks old.
Right.
So where you want us to be, we might be there in 6 months.
The king doesn't always respond with words. Sometimes it's an action with no words or lack of action, depending on his determination on how his reign on what he presides over. So it's not always.
Yeah, and I want to say this, D Breezel. I want to say this. You're right. King was asked a request, which was denied. You have the accountability or the kingdom crumbles. Guess what, D Breezel? You are 100% wrong. Because at the end of the day, you do not try to put me out there in front of everybody like that. And you know what I did? I didn't tell him to leave. I said, I'm not doing nothing. He made that decision. And D Brizzle, you should make that decision with him. You should follow him. Follow him. You don't subscribe to me anyway. Follow him. And if you do, take your subscription and follow him. For all those who don't want to just be at peace and just want to go along, by all means, go ahead. Because no one is bigger than the channel. I respect 1, 2, 3 kids because he's coming from a place of peace. I get it. But if you have an issue, follow him. Why aren't you on his page, D Brizzle? Why aren't you helping him get monetized? You're not helping E Black get monetized. Are you recruiting people to go to his page? Are you telling him, yo, you can have some of my time slots so people go to your page? What are you doing, D Brizzle, but complaining?
I'm really about to say this real quick.
He was trolling the whole show.
I'm gonna say this real quick to 1, 2, 3 kid. 1, 2, 3 kid. I'm gonna give you a real spiel right now. Right? Before I went to school, I started going to Central Michigan when I was 23 years old. Before I came to school, I was a real life Crip. And my cousin is a real life blood. You can Google him. 7 Mile Clee, 7 Mile Bloods of Detroit, Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
All right? They got pictures with Nipsey Hussle and everything. The reason why I learned how to make peace is through the gangs. Bloods and Crips have made peace before. They have tied flags together, right? The problem that I have is when people say, let's make peace, but then you're not actually abiding by the treaty and the circumstances of which we set the peace. You get what I'm saying? And that's the real problem here. I can make peace 1, 2, 3. You know what I'm saying? Understand that. But what I'm not going to do is have you say, well, we made peace, but then you going back and you doing stuff that's against me or against my family or against whatever I got going on. To me, that's the ultimate issue. That was the biggest problem here. You get what I'm saying? But that's all I got to say, man. I got the princess with me. We about to watch Moana and stuff, man. I'll talk to y'all later.
Yeah, you're crazy. But listen, at the end of the day, I get what you're saying, 1, 2, 3. I'm just saying the man, if he wants to leave, he could leave. But I never told him, yo, to leave. I said, you got to find a way to work this out professionally. And he said to you, if you heard him, he said, you never corrected Darrell. And I said, I did. He said, and I asked Darrell, did I correct you? He said, every day. He says, but you didn't do it in front of me. Does that is like who are you? I don't owe anybody anything.
Nah, you're
Because,
right. You're right.
guess what? Guess what? 1, 2, 3. If nobody shows up to on Friday, I'm doing the show by myself. I'm telling you that now. If no one shows up on Chef's show, he's doing the show by himself. If no one shows to Jen is doing a show by herself. Mr. O doing. I'm not. Like, what are we talking about here? Like, not you, because 1, 2, 3, you always been cool, and I get what you're saying, but I want you to look at. When you watch it over, and you see the little games he was playing, and trying to make me do what he should have done a long time ago, which is, if you don't like something, leave and start your own. And he didn't do that. He's proven that he can't stand on his own. Now he's on his own, and he has to figure it out. He has to figure it out. He has to figure it out. I know when I'm being used. It's cool. I know when someone's utilizing me. I'm cool. We can utilize each other. But don't say I owe you because you put in work. 6 weeks. I know people that I've been to war with, and I know for years they never told me, yo, you know how much work I put in for you. It don't work like that. I'm a lone wolf. I'm glad I got my pack with me, but I do it by myself. I do it by myself. It'll be hard, but I figure it out. I can barely use this computer, and you see what I'm doing. I can't even share a file. That's the reason why they argue, because I couldn't share the file on time. You feel me? Yeah. So I'm like, what are we doing? We like, he don't owe me either. You feel me? And I do feel bad for him. I ain't gonna lie to you, because his wife is probably like, yo, you know, his wife probably mad that he ain't doing something. You better put pressure. I'm tired of this. I get it. But I don't want to sound rude, but I want to sound rude. I don't care, because that's not part of my purpose. My purpose, 1, to get monetized. 2, to grow a subscription. 3, to make the biggest impact. And 4, whoever makes it to the end with me, to make sure that they're financially secure. For me, it's always been about the money, because without money, you cannot govern. No one listens to a broke ruler. No one's gonna follow me if I'm leading to poverty. They only follow me if I'm leading to prosperity. No one's going to follow me. So my main job right now is to build a treasure chest. And everybody that's not down for that, I'm sorry. That's it. But thank you, though. I appreciate you. 1, 2, 3. So we're gonna end the night. You know, hopefully we come back with stuff. Yo, Chef, you gonna do your show after this? Well, he gone. You gonna do your show after this? Yeah.
Yeah. As a matter of fact,
105 go to Chef, because they're gonna get into detail.
Let's go.
And he might be on Chef page after this. So
listen, my show was starting at 12 o'clock.
Right.
It's starting at 12 midnight. I'm giving everybody an opportunity to go do number 1, 2, 3. Get your bottle, run to the store, roll up, twist up, build it. You know what it is. We're gonna be talking about something interesting.
Jim coming?
Simping
Maybe.
versus love.
12 is late. I don't know.
Simping, don't worry. I know you got something to say, so I ain't even worried about you.
It's called what again? Simping versus what?
Love.
Simping versus love. This is crazy. Anyway, shout out to everybody, man. Have a good night.
Take care, bro.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate you. 1, 2, 3.
Tomorrow.
Hold up. You want to be a 4th horseman?
Huh?
You want to be the 4th horseman?
I have to be honorary just because of time, so I'll be missing shows and stuff. But like, I miss all like y'all lives for like the past week and a half. I told.
Remember, he makes 7 figures, so you know he has some real.
Right.
I mean, I put my application.
Need a million subscribers.
Do me a favor, 1, 2, 3. When Gang gets monetized before this year's over, you promise in front of everybody you're gonna do $100 super chat. Is that a deal?
Is this guy trying to catch me for? Wow, this is this dude legit. I'll what is it? You said you do what? By
$100 super chat when she gets monetized.
wait, who gets
When
monetized?
Jen on the block, Jen. When she gets monetized, are you gonna give her her first $100 super chat?
You put it on me?
On everybody.
That's simping. That's simping right there.
Here we go. Watch that.
All right, that's the
Yo,
setup. That's the
Simping, now
setup
we're
for
gonna
my
go
show.
Simping.
I got you.
Y'all need to argue about that on my joint. There you go. Boom.
I got King
There
right
we
now.
go.
Hold on. I got King right now.
I want to put my application in too.
Tomorrow, ladies' night on Conversations with Kings. Ladies' night tomorrow. The topic will be spicy men. You're gonna learn a lot. You're gonna be a fly on the wall in the ladies' room tomorrow.
It said it's gonna be about spicy men.
No, it's gonna be spicy, and I'm telling the men to come.
Okay, I was about to say, like, hold up, man, y'all don't got me on that shit. I was about to have a problem. Okay, go ahead.
No, the subject is being stigmatized. Do men?
No, not to me, to her.
Don't matter. Don't matter. I gave it to you, bro.
Wait, you said it's being what? What's the topic again?
Okay, you can forward it.
Nah, say the topic again.
The topic tomorrow is being stigmatized. Do men use sex to manipulate women? So women are going to talk about how that happens, why it happens, what we do when it happens, and how you can avoid it. And we all call men out. So tomorrow's going to be spicy.
All right, so the Haitian Harry Potter will be falling back for that conversation.
All right, just be a fly on the wall. It's going to be ladies' night. Everybody, we're inviting everybody.
You're getting sleepy.
Yo, anyway, I love y'all. Yo, I ain't gonna, you see, but look at the vibe though. Look at the vibe though. 1, 2, 3. It's all love, man. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes people gotta eliminate themselves, and you'll be surprised. Like, listen, this is my page is like Survivor. This is YouTube Survivor. Not everybody's gonna make it off the island. Just remember that.
I feel you, man. It's just I don't know, man. I'm so removed from like fighting and like
that I know it's cool.
I be vulnerable. I hate being angry, bro. Like it's just I don't know. It's just,
but you know I got to see your personality and I like it, man. I ain't gonna front, man. I like your personality, man. I like your personality a lot. I always thought you was a cool mellow dude, but you got to show the other side, and that's cool. But but at the end of the day, we cool. Listen, my thing is this: if men can respect money, then if men can respect God or money, I don't want to be around you. I don't want to be around you. You right? Because it's hard to navigate these YouTube streets. It's really hard because everybody.
1, 2, 3 is built. He seemed like I don't know if an argument break out, he may not be able to handle it.
Ooh.
No, it's not about art. It's just like we waste time on dumb shit. That's it. Like we arguing back and forth about, all right, how do you build a community? How you do this and that? How you treat your woman? And obviously not you beating your woman or some shit. It's like, all right, that's good energy. You guys are passionate about something that's actually constructive. But all this shit about, your wife and shit like that, and dudes ain't, y'all not. The dude didn't send nobody, no hitters to go to your house or it's like that shit is like, bro, that shit is so. These YouTube shit is so corny when it gets to that. Like,
you know what's crazy?
Yo, listen, I'm gonna catch y'all on my page. I gotta get prepped for that.
All right.
Roll it down, y'all. Peace, love, and light from Chef Shapino. Jump over to the page. Midnight. Let's make it happen.
Yo, I ain't gonna front. I'm gonna keep y'all putting no simple. Y'all funny. Let me keep
Mr. O. That's my guy, Mr.
Yo,
O.
listen, man. I'm simping. I'm simping. Freak that. Listen, but thank you, yo, for
you can send it to Jen. I ain't gonna send it.
I don't get this. I don't even know how to get this. It's stuck in the account.
You got to send it to her.
I'm sending this man my money. I'm on the block with Jen. My cat.
It can't come from me. It can't come from me. It gotta come from King.
My damn money.
Listen,
because they gonna think I'm simping.
Why? You crazy? Listen, I'm telling you. You know the girls yesterday made.
Send it to King. King got to.
Lauren made like 1,400 last night.
Oh my lord.
Ooh. Yeah, because one dude, I was arguing with a dude, and he wanted to prove me wrong. He kept on dropping 100, 200.
Y'all get my subs up then.
Yeah, am I right or wrong? They made like what? They made like
get my subs up.
Yeah.
Put your channel in a private chat. I'll sub you, bro.
Huh?
Oh, so Mr. O, you have a channel? I said I was going to sub.
Yeah, Mr. O is just living.
Yeah.
Y'all go check me out.
Yeah.
King and
So I
Chef.
lost 800 followers right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm low. I'm still at 50.
I lost 800 right now.
I got you, bro.
No, I lost 800 followers.
Wait, you lost? What?
As soon as he left, I lost 800 followers.
Nah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that doesn't make sense, bro.
I lost 800. As soon as he left, I lost 800 followers. They all went to his page.
Oh, the chef's page. Oh, chef.
No, they all went. No, they all went to E Black page.
No way.
You don't see it?
Nah, so you said 800 followers.
How many followers I got?
Your subs?
Yeah.
They still up.
Yeah, you got 1.06, 1060.
1,060?
1,000, yeah.
1,060.
Yeah.
You know how much I had before I started this?
How many?
1,061. This is what I'm trying to prove to you. No one cares. He left.
Yeah, you good, bro. This guy talking about I lost 800 followers.
That's what I'm trying to say. No one cared. If they really cared about that situation, they would have left with him.
I feel you, but here's the thing, yo. You can still get more people. Yo, bro, you have a personality, bro. They want to see y'all keep having these conversations. Like, again, I unfortunately just couldn't be able to watch the lives, but I could have this shit playing for 2-3 hours. Like, it don't like I'm always in this shit in terms of watching the replays and shit. Some people like that. Some people don't like that drama shit, bro. You got to make it.
You understand? It wasn't me.
I understand. I'm not blaming you, bro. But here's what I'm saying: you get even more value being. You know, you guys don't know the story about.
But the only way I could tell him to stop is like, yo, shut up. I'm not going to do that.
I understand you're a man's man, but we still talking about. All right, but there's another level when motherfucker dudes follow you. Like, nah, you know what? Nah, King really on that King shit because he brought two dudes who don't really fuck with each other like that together somehow.
I did, and they hate each other. Some people, we don't know why the Israelis and the Palestinians fighting to this day, and they're not going to stop. They're not stopping, right? And no one wants them to stop. They're not stopping. They're gonna go. They're gonna get busy, and that's it. That's what they got. They don't like each other, right? But see, Daryl outsmarted him. Daryl really outsmarted this man. He got him kicked off a show that he said I put work into build. I would never walk away from a building that I built.
He tricked him. Fell for it.
He fell for that one. You gotta talk to him, son. You gotta talk to him. He fell for that one.
Yeah.
Daryl had that man leave from a place that he publicly said I helped build. Now when we get a deal with Triller next week.
Let me ask you this. Did you
he don't even know.
Did you feel that he was an asset when he was on the show?
I feel like everybody's an asset. But the way I structure the show is that guess what? If any one of them leave, you got people like Mr. O and them could come up.
Right.
All right.
No one's permanent.
I feel you, man.
Yeah. But anyway, I go now. Let me go and drink some tequila, man, and figure this shit out.
Right.
I lost 800 followers, man. Thanks for y'all donation.
All right,
Peace.
all right, man. Peace.